Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. My name is Daniel, and I'm very happy to chair this second kaleidoscope session with three very interesting lightning papers. The first one is from Luca Manzano. Nicola Canzano, sorry. I'm so sorry. The second one, Sean Curtis. And the third is by Marco Polacci. That's our very cool panel today. So Nicola Canzano couldn't make it to Vienna, so that's why he is presenting from New York, and he's doing a lecture recital on structures for improvisation in Baroque style. Well, Nicola is a composer, harpsichordist, and organist, specializing in historical composition and improvisation. He's an assistant professor of harpsichord at Michigan State University, and the studio accompanies for historical performance at the Juilliard School. Very welcome, Nicola.
Thanks very much. Can everyone hear me okay? Everybody can hear me just fine? Yes, the thumbs up? Cool, great. All right. So good afternoon, everyone, or I guess good morning if you're watching from this side of the pond. I really want to first thank Augusta Campagna and Daniel and all the other conference organizers and technicians. This is a very special thing, and I think it's wonderful that you put it together. You know, I'm really honored to have been asked to speak, and I don't feel left out too often. I'm usually pretty content to do my own thing, but I'm very sad that I can't be with all of you there. Right now, there are so many faces that I recognize, people that I haven't met, but brains that I'd really like to pick. So I hope you all enjoy yourselves for me over there. So, but to be as thorough as is practical in such a short time, I'm going to get started. And I've put together just some very minimalist slides because those are prettier to look at than my face while I talk about this kind of thing. So I'm here to discuss improvising Baroque style music off the page. That is without any help from a partimento or other figured bass or visual aid. Now, many of us here now can probably already do this adequately, and even those of us who are not yet comfortable doing this outside of the practice room probably have some inkling that schemata theory can help, right? We have all of these things that we've practiced from partimenti and repertoire, and we kind of just mix them up and get a piece, right? It sounds pretty easy. Maybe we even have some kind of rough plan about where we'll modulate or what kinds of schemata we're going to use, things like that. And this has been discussed very vaguely for, I think, a long time. But I would really like to set about, at least as much as I can in 14 minutes, to deliberately tackle the question of how precisely these schemata, these ingredients that make up our style, go together. So really, in other words, we need a theory of composition which incorporates the real-world utility of schemata and which is simple enough to be used sort of in the heat of battle, so to speak, by improvisers. So it turns out we thankfully already sort of have this theory. We can combine a couple of really old ideas and get something useful out of it. So these old German guys at the beginning of the 20th century, these Formenlehre theorists, they had already figured out by then, and probably people had figured out before, that you can divide tonal schemata into three categories, basically. Any schemata, any musical snippet, is one or a combination of either a cadence, a sequence, or a prolongation. That last thing, if you haven't heard it, which I'm sure most of you have, things like pedal points, things like 1-5, 1-5, 1-5, 1-5, 1-5, things that reduce to a single chord. And all of these categories can function in any of these three ways on the right. Yes, and this is an even older idea, I think, that things can either state an idea, elaborate, or conclude something. Yes, so I think all well-written phrases, even considering the infinitude of combinations of musical ideas, at the very least adhere to the rule that they will almost always state something first, and then elaborate, and then conclude in this order. So if we can learn how each of these things on the left can function in the ways that I've written on the right, then we're no longer blindly stitching these things together at the very least, right? So we choose some schemata that do these rhetorical actions in that order to, in theory, produce something that's a well-rounded phrase. So there's a lot of ways to go about this, and I have a short time, so I'd like to simply begin with some simple structures that work to do this, just to start, to fulfill this statement elaboration conclusion paradigm. And I like to teach my students about something that I call a verset, which is related to these short little fugal organ pieces, but is not the same thing. And what theorists might call a sentence in most contexts, actually. And you can write the form of a prototypical verset this way. The C's here represent cadences, this third one being optional. The S is a sequence, and the fact that this last one is bold and underlined just means that it's stronger in comparison to these other ones, okay? So this is just one thing, but it turns out, in fact, that a whole lot of Baroque expositions take more or less this form. So where something is stated in the tonic and then the dominant, and then we get a sequence of some kind, or maybe some other much more complicated kind of Fortbildung. And then finally we have a cadence, importantly a cadence that's stronger than the ones that we've had before. So in this specific form, as I've written this prototypical verset here, right, these things have very clear roles. So here the cadences are stating, this sequence elaborates, and then this stronger cadence is meant to conclude things. And I'll just, unfortunately, have to just mention this, but it's absolutely true that while any of these schemata types back here can function any of these ways. So for example, even sequences can be used to set up thematic ideas and state things, and cadences can sometimes be used in a sequential way and elaborate things, especially if they're put sort of tessellated close to one another. And of course, prolongations are used to conclude all the time, etc. But of course, these things also have affinities for one another. Sequences are a pretty go-to elaborating tool, and cadences, depending on their strength, can be used for either or these two things. And sadly, that's all I can really sort of say about this at the moment, because I'd really like to focus on how flexible this seemingly specific thing is. So I'm going to play you an example. Very sadly, it's a little bit early here in New York, so I would have had to tune the harpsichord and upset my neighbors, so I've taken the precaution of recording some examples. So I apologize for that, but they're at the ready, and so this is just an example of a very short realization of this form to show you what it looks like here, and then we can talk a bit about what we can do with it. So I'm going to stop sharing this PowerPoint, and I'm going to share this G minor short verset. I think this is it. Is this it? I don't think so, actually. That looks like me with my computer, which means it's the Corelli thing. About this? Oh, I see. Good. Okay. Okay, so in that example, I basically did what I advertised, right? So I had a statement in one, and then I quickly modulated to the dominant, but which, by the way, I didn't need to do because that theme supported a tonal answer. But I went back to the tonic, and I had one more statement, which was then changed to the sequence. So I took the option of this third statement, and I made sure that I put a half cadence before this final cadence, and that I added an echo after it. And both of those things would serve to strengthen it. And if I had time, I would spend 2 days on cadence strength and all of these wonderful things. So if I have any good sense of style at all, then I think this recipe is a potentially good one. It's easy to hold in my head, right, importantly. And it allows me to access things that all partitisti should have available, right, cadences and sequences and prolongations. And the possibilities are actually already endless for people who can only play 3, 4, 5, 1, still learning the rule of the octave, just getting to know the circle of fifths. If you have them, write some of these things out in this order, which they can do deliberately, and even if they just arpeggiated, actually, it already sounds kind of like a good piece. I mean, it's clearly not revolutionary, that piece that comes out from that, but it still sounds like music, and so it's something to get students excited about. There's an example of that really simple version on my YouTube channel, by the way. Okay, but let's do a little bit more with this. Okay, there are many other forms that are distinct from a verset, but related to it. Okay, so in fact, all phrases are related to it in some way because they can all be put under this statement elaboration conclusion paradigm. The verset being one way of making this happen, as I've said. So I can, for example, increase the number of beginning statements, right? Actually, let's not look at this slide yet. I can increase the number of C's at the beginning here, essentially, right? If I put like C, 15151, well, this just looks like a fugue then, doesn't it? Right? And of course, the number of voices has to increase and all these other fugue-like things. But the form is essentially a fugue if you do that. Now, of course, there are other forms that you may think don't fit this very strongly. There are prelude-like forms which modulate consistently to new keys and things like that without ever truly cadencing strongly. But even these forms will still have weak cadences and punctuation or evasion points, which can be put in shorthand in similar ways. And one can also use versets as units themselves. So I've just used V here to represent verset, right? If I play a short little, well-rounded phrase, and then I do something similar in the relative minor, and then I play maybe a shortened or decorated version at the end, right? This is a form that we can hold in our head that is still, complex and shapely enough to sound like real music. Right? I mean, this thing, even, if X is whatever you want, some kind of development or admixture, this looks a lot like sonatiform. And I can even go the other way, right, where I can take forever to really make a statement and repeat that thing, right, and make a long piece that way, which is essentially what I'd like to show you now is how long I can make some of these statements and just make this verset form a single piece. So I recorded something in D major, which is not perfect, but I think shows the kind of thing I'm talking about. One statement. Okay. All right. So that was. Oh, thanks. I can see you clapping. I can't hear you, unfortunately. But so that was. Now, if I showed you exactly what I did, you would really scratch your heads and say, well, this is quite a stretch, Nicola, isn't it? I mean, you just showed us this very simple thing that we can hold in our heads, and here's this enormous, linear equation, it looks like, right? Okay. But in fact, if you only consider the very strong cadences, I followed the verset form quite closely. And how we can understand this maybe theoretically is that if I have the tactics to be able to delay cadences and add prolongations at the right point and things like that, if I have these tactics, then this strategy still very, very much works and is sort of endlessly customizable. Notice, by the way, that I still chose a very short theme, right? I mean, I personally find long themes really hard to remember. I think it's even, it's quite possible even to like take random notes from the audience and make a few out of that, or like pop tunes and things like that. And in fact, my friend Nathan and I do that every Wednesday at this apartment. But even then, even very difficult things like that, it's easy to remember, right? You either know the tune, or there's like 5 notes, even though it's like G sharp, F sharp, E, C, C sharp, or something crazy. You can still remember that. But long themes I find very hard. If somebody gives me something long and I have to also play with it and do stuff, I can't remember the whole thing. I'm still working on that. So I would still advise to choose very short, memorable things, yeah. Okay, but how do we actually fill this gap between this simple form and this thing that I had just played? And I'm very conscious of the time, and I think I have 3 minutes or so. So there's a lot of rules of thumb for this, but I think really the best case is to just get back to the repertoire and juice it as much as possible and go back to these masters that we all love and admire. And so I make all of my students do something called composing by analogy, which is exactly what it sounds like. Basically, if you take a piece of music and you analyze it for schemata and you analyze the strength of the cadences and things like that, you can make little shorthands like this. Okay, so here, this is the phrase length, this is the key, and this is sort of the type of thing. So this is a half cadence, a strong cadence, a sequence, strong cadence, sequence, strong cadence, prolongation, strong cadence are the little lozenges. Okay, and you can come up with whatever shorthand you want. It doesn't matter, or not do this, or do it on the page. It truly doesn't matter. But then I've created an analogy that actually, if you were to analyze it the same way, preserves this thing. Okay, I made my last cadence 1 bar longer, not a big deal, right? And you find that if you preserve this thing, you get music that makes sense in a very similar way. So this is a useful construct, right? Because it shows what things are preserved rhetorically in some way, right? And then if we poke it, we can kind of see what happens to it and what effect our changes have on this baseline thing. I don't know if there's any physicists or mathematicians in the audience, but it's a lot like perturbing a system or figuring out what symmetry something has just by what it's what it's resistant to when you change it, right? What changes leave it unchanged, anyway. So the last example I'm going to show you is this process, because unfortunately I don't have a lot of time to explain it. But here you see Corelli's baseline, okay? And then here is an analogy that I've made of it. So I'll explain quickly what I did, right? Here Corelli starts with just a little expansion of 1, and a nothing, a weak cadence, or a prolongation, you could call it either one, and then he has a half cadence, which is a printer. So I started off with a different kind of tonic extension and a different kind of half cadence, okay? And then the next thing that he does is he has a strong cadence in the dominant, and so I do the same thing. And then he has a little rising sequence, and I use a different kind of rising sequence. And then he has a strong cadence in D minor, and I used a different kind of strong cadence in D minor. You see the point, yes? So I'm going to play for you, I'm just sort of playing continuo over this, but I could write a nice melody over it, and so could all of you. And you could really learn something, right, by comparing these two things. You say, yeah, I don't know, my melody's not as good, Corelli's sounds better. Well, now you actually kind of stand a chance of being able to say why. So the last thing I'll do is I'll play this for you, and then I hope I have time for a question or two. And I'll try to play this and then put the QuickTime back up there, or the slide, so that you can follow. Maybe the sound will still share. Actually, let's try this. I have an idea. What if I shared this, and then I simply played? You can see the PowerPoint, yes? Thumbs up if you can see the PowerPoint. Okay, thanks. And I'm just going to play this. And can you hear this now? can stop this thing. All right. So it's nothing revolutionary, right? But the music makes sense. And I think it's a very important skill for all students to be able to sort of learn to write music that makes sense. But just to summarize, right, we have this sort of simple form, and we have this paradigm, statement, elaboration, conclusion. We have a bunch of things that work. And we'd like to sort of learn tactics directly, if we can, by writing analogies and seeing what kinds of things go together back to back and trying to see patterns in doing that. And we have this roadmap and tool that we can do that with, all the while we try our exercises and while we try little simple combinations of schemata and things like that. And so we have some theory and we have some practice and we have some exercises to go along with this. I would have liked to talk for another 3 days, but here we are. So I hope we maybe have a minute for questions.
Hi, Nicola. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm so sorry. Actually, we don't have time for questions. I'm so sorry. Because the time is over and we have 2 talks more and we have to finish on time. No, I'm so sorry. But in case you have some questions, maybe you may send an email to Nicola Canzano. And if I say it correctly, you have a, sorry, I have to look this way. You have a homepage, right? A website is www.nicolacanzano.com.
Yes.
So I'm making some publicity for you. So you can send an email to him if you want.
Yes, yes, please do. And you can just write, it's my first name dot last name at juilliard.edu. It's easy to remember.
Exactly.
Email, and you can reach me there.
So you can reach him very easily. So thank you very much. Let's move on. Now we have our next speaker, Sean Curtis, talking about Filippo Traetta and the American Conservatorio, solfeggio, thorough bass, and partimento in the 19th century United States. Sean is a PhD candidate in the joint doctoral program of the Hochschule für Musik Freiburg and the Schola Cantorum Basiliensis. He teaches music theory at the Hochschule für Musik Freiburg and taught previously at the Universität für Musik und Darstellende Kunst Graz. Thank you so much, and we are very looking forward.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. I'm going to go lightning speed, just as advertised. So I'd like to start with a little musical example here. So if you were to hear this out of context and guess that it was maybe by Haydn, I would say that's a pretty good guess. But it's not by Haydn, of course. It's by Filippo Traetta, who's the subject of my little talk today. This was probably written in Charleston, South Carolina, around the year 1803. And what I'd like to tell you about is how a composer writing Haydn-style music came to be in the United States at that time. And it starts with his father, Tommaso Traetta. Maybe some of you know him. He was a bit more famous. And he studied with Durante and with Nicola Porpora at the Loreto Conservatory. The early historian of the Neapolitan school, Giuseppe Sigismondo, called him one of the most talented disciples of Durante. He wrote over 40 operas and other dramatic works, very prolific and pretty well known in his day, but like many of these Naples composers we often talk about here, not so well known anymore. His son was born in Venice in 1777, and after some initial studies with Salvatore Parillo, who was a friend of his father's and another pupil of Durante, he moved to Naples, where he studied with Fenaroli and Niccolo Piccini, who at the time was probably the greatest living opera composer, most famous living opera composer at least. According to his pupil, Albert G. Emmerich, these teachers inducted him into the mysteries and profundities of thorough bass, counterpoint, fugue, and composition generally. So there's Fenaroli and Piccini. So what exactly did Traetta learn? Well, I hardly need to tell this audience. We know Fenaroli's curriculum pretty well, even though none of Filippo Traetta's student materials have survived. The curriculum would have started with solfeggi, like this one, before moving on to partimenti. And Traetta had very high praise for Fenaroli's partimenti, as well as those of Durante. he said that the thorough bass was brought to perfection by Durante, and Fenaroli made an addition of basses to them perfectly calculated to lead the student to a complete system of harmony. Gesundheit. The final, the final stage of Fenaroli's curriculum, of course, was written contrapuntal studies. These are the exercises completed by Vincenzo Lavigna, who was the teacher of Verdi. He was mentioned, I think, a couple days ago in the conference. And very interestingly, the period of Lavigna's study with Fenaroli was exactly contemporary with Traetta's. And Fenaroli's curriculum was very consistent throughout his whole career. So we can be pretty sure that Traetta was doing exactly these same exercises the same years as Lavigna. So Traetta had a very promising career ahead of him. He was about to premiere his first opera at the Teatro San Carlo and to accept a professorship at the Paris Conservatory, which has just been founded a few years before. But chaos erupted with the establishment and soon after fall of the Parthenopean Republic in 1799. This attempt to start a republic only lasted a few months. Traetta, as a supporter of the republic, was imprisoned in a horrible dungeon several feet below the level of the sea, without light, without clothes, almost without food, surrounded by vermin and filth for several months. Finally, he was liberated through a secret influence, provided with a German passport, and placed on board an American vessel. So he spent the rest of his life in the United States, and his career took a very different direction than what he expected, but a pretty remarkable one nonetheless. So Traetta, once he got to America, really had an amazing life. Here's a little description of him, again by his pupil Emmerich. He was a thorough contrapuntist, a performer on nearly every instrument of the orchestra, a solo performer on several, an impassioned and cultivated singer, and an inimitable orchestral conductor. He was likewise an accomplished linguist, a skillful chemist, a profound mathematician, and a well-read historian. Okay, this might sound like a little bit of exaggeration, but a lot of this is very well documented. Traetta was also a friend of Lorenzo da Ponte, Mozart's librettist. They collaborated in an opera together that fell through, unfortunately, at the last minute and never came to be. He was also a legal assistant to Philip P. Barber, who was both the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives and a U.S. Supreme Court Justice. And he was friends with two former U.S. presidents, Madison and Monroe. He was a very prolific composer. Here's a little glimpse of his catalog. He wrote the first oratorios ever composed in the United States, the first opera ever composed in the United States, unfortunately lost, the first symphony ever composed in the United States, this survives, and the first string quartets ever written in the United States. These also survive. You heard an excerpt at the beginning. A variety of other little pieces too. This claim that he was a performer on every, or nearly every instrument of the orchestra was probably not much of an exaggeration either. These are the instruments that I've documented him as a performer and a teacher. He was a voice teacher and performer, both as a baritone and a tenor. He played violin, pianoforte, bassoon, guitar, cornet, probably flute, probably harp, and also the plectro-lyra. Now, some of you may be wondering, what is a plectro-lyra? Well, this was an instrument designed and patented by Traetta himself. This is the patent drawing that was submitted in 1833, and he used it in his concerts and in church services in Philadelphia. Unfortunately, there's no surviving copy of this instrument. However, we do have remarkable testimony of the instrument in the form of a poem which appeared in the magazine The Philadelphia Album in 1828. And today I'm very happy, very excited to premiere something for you for the first time ever. Dre De Matteo, the Italian-American actress best known for her Emmy Award-winning performance as Adriana Lacerva on The Sopranos, was kind enough to record a special reading of this poem. And I think it offers a very special glimpse into the legacy of another great Italian-American. So I'd like to share a little excerpt of that with you right now.
My plectro-lyra. When sorrow fills my aching heart, and friends that earth has nothing dearer are doomed to feel misfortune's smart, I'll wake thy chords, my plectro-lyra. When every joy that once was mine is fled with her I thought sincerer than any other made divine, I'll rouse thee then, my plectro-lyra. I'll sing in bold Traetta strain till every mountain echoes nearer, till every maiden of the plain shall own thy charms, my plectro-lyra.
So in the course of my research, I've collected a huge variety of sources on Traetta's career, including excerpts from newspapers and other periodicals, city directories, which allowed me to pinpoint his location from year to year. He traveled a lot around the United States, relocated a few times. He was a Freemason. That's his Freemason membership card. He also successfully applied to become a naturalized American citizen. That's that there. I've also collected his manuscripts. There's about 1,400 surviving pages. Unfortunately, a lot of his works are incomplete today. He was also a prolific author, mostly of theoretical and pedagogical works. There's a little bibliography of his on the right. The ones in gray are the only ones I haven't located yet. They very well may not have survived, but there's enough material there to get a pretty interesting idea of his teaching. So where did he teach? He taught at a conservatory that he founded, the first conservatory in the United States, known as the American Conservatorio. He founded it 3 times in successive cities, first in Boston in the year 1800, right after he arrived in America, with 2 other European immigrants, later in New York, and finally in Philadelphia. The last 2 incarnations were established with his former pupil and friend and colleague, Uri K. Hill. There's a lot of little bits of testimony of what his school was like, and this is a pretty interesting one. It says, the American Conservatorio seems to be formed on a plan calculated to promote the desirable object of improving sacred music. The system of instruction in singing, in composition, and for instruments which has been adopted is that which has been used in the first conservatorios in Europe, and would probably not have been introduced here but for this institution. So there's a few little parallels with Naples here. The focus on sacred music, which of course was also the case. The conservatories of Naples were also attached each to a church, and the pupils had to perform regularly in sacred services. It's also been possible to reconstruct, at certain points in the conservatory's history, the lesson plan. So we see instrumental vocal music, emphasis on sacred choruses, and also lectures and practice, so some probably theoretical content. Like in Naples, the pupils had to perform regularly as part of their role at the American Conservatorio. They put on subscription concerts, several each year, mostly, as you can see, with programs consisting of Traetta's own original sacred works, but also a little bit of Handel, who was very popular in the US at the time, and Uri K. Hill, Traetta's business partner. These concerts were universally, ecstatically reviewed. Here's a little excerpt. Never since the appearance of Handel in London has a man of musical genius possessed such an opportunity of improving improving the taste for sacred music in any country as is now presented to Traetta in this. Whether we consider him as a composer, a teacher, a leader, or a singer, we are constrained to yield him the most decided approbation. All right, so some of you might recall this very nice graphic from Giorgio Sanguinetti's The Art of Partimento, kind of a family tree of Partimento teachers. Well, it's been possible for me to reconstruct a kind of American branch of American Durantisti that were trained by Traetta. So there's a little glimpse there. We'll get a couple little looks at some of them later. But the main question I'd like to talk about today is, in what ways did Traetta's teaching in America resemble the pedagogy in Naples? That's what we're interested in, right? So luckily we have some great pedagogical materials from Traetta to reveal this to us, including solfeggi, exercises very similar to Partimenti, which are actually solfeggi for bass voice, and then Traetta's and his pupils' didactic texts, so kind of textbooks for the pupils of the American Conservatorio. We'll see some of the same theoretical subjects we know from Neapolitan regole, including the rule of the octave, the same standard typology of cadences, the movimenti del basso, and imitative counterpoint. So let's start by looking at some of the solfeggi. They were published a couple times in Traetta's life. First, we have on the left Solfeggio Americano, a system of singing for the American Conservatorio. Then Rudiments of the Art of Singing, written and composed for the American Conservatory of Boston in the year 1800. Traetta notes that on the title page, even though that book was published in 1841. So he was teaching them largely in manuscript form for many years. He wrote a total of 21 original solfeggi, which increased progressively in difficulty. There's 8 in book 2, 5 in book 1, and then finally the solfeggi for bass in book 3. Let's take a quick look at one of the solfeggi from Traetta's first book. So as we can see, there's some similarities here to Naples. The vocal part is accompanied, just like the Fenaroli one we saw earlier, but without figures. So it probably would have been Traetta playing on the keyboard, and he didn't need figures, of course. Melodically, it's very similar to the galant style that Traetta knew in 1799 when he left Europe, something like we could find in Italy or Vienna at the time. The difference between Traetta solfeggi and those of Italy is mostly the form, where Fenaroli's are usually like arias. They could be a kind of textless opera aria. Traettas are always in these two-part halves, like popular dance music and songs that were printed in America at the time. We also know this form, for example, from Josef Riepel's minuets. Many pieces take a kind of simple form like this. So we see Traetta adapting to the musical styles that would have been familiar to his pupils in the US. It wouldn't have made sense for him to write some opera aria style movements when this music was basically unknown in the US in the year 1800. Some of you may be wondering what kind of psalmization system Traetta used. Well, of course, for most of the 18th century, a modernized version of the hexachordal system was used. However, in the last few decades of the 18th century, this came to be replaced by a fixed 7-syllable system, which is still in use in most of the world today, France and Italy, for example. And we get a little glimpse of that here. This is a manuscript from one of Fenaroli's pupils where he's labeled the scale degrees, and we have all 7, including C there. So Fenaroli was already teaching the 7-syllable system, and so too did Traetta in the US. There's a leaf from one of his manuscripts. So let's get to the good stuff. Traetta's solfeggi for bass, which, as you can see, very much resemble little partimenti, also in 2 repeated halves, like the solfeggi. And these kinds of solfeggi for bass are not unique to Traetta's output. Peter Van Toor talks about this, of course, in his dissertation. Francesco Durante wrote a number of solfeggi for bass voice, and interestingly, these were often confused in later manuscript collections for partimenti. So the relationship between sogenannte solfeggi for bass voice and actual partimenti is a pretty close one. They're figured, which leads me to believe that they probably doubled for Traetta as exercises in accompaniment and partimento playing for his more advanced pupils in keyboard and composition. The astute viewer may have noticed here that the second half of this exercise starts with the famous model that Josef Riepel called the fonte. And if we look at the first 3 of Traetta's solfeggi for bass, we see the second half of the first one begins with the fonte, the second one we find the ponte, and the third one we find a kind of monte. Each time there's a little bit of a twist on it, though, which I don't have time to go into now, but maybe you guys can see for yourselves. All right, let's look again at the first solfeggio for bass voice, comparing it with the first partimento written by Fenaroli. Even though these are 2 men who were teaching pretty far away, pretty different types of pupils, we can see a lot of similarities. There seems to be a similar pedagogical intent here. Most of both exercises can be realized simply using the rule of the octave, and the rest can mostly be filled in with knowledge of cadences. In Fenaroli's, we see first the cadenza semplice, followed by the cadenza composta, and finally the cadenza doppia. In Traetta's, we only have the semplice and the composta. The doppia, by this time, even in Europe, was pretty much restricted to a quite formal, a bit old-fashioned sacred style. Sacred music in the US didn't really make use of it at all, so it wasn't so relevant to Traetta's pupils, he seemed to think. He did not just teach the rule of the octave implicitly via his bass solfeggi, he also taught it explicitly, and we see that in some of the publications by Traetta's own pupils. Here is his pupil James Cox Beckel teaching the rule of the octave, which he calls an Italian formula taught by Traetta. He also says in a footnote there at the bottom that Traetta's scales in full will be printed in Beckel's Guide to Thorough Bass and Harmony, Book 1. We see that later publication here, the full rule of the octave in both major and minor, and of course it is strikingly similar to 19th century presentations in Fenaroli's partimenti of the rule of the octave. There's only one difference, it's transposed of course, but there's only one difference in the voice leading these 2 examples, so maybe somebody's caught it. Either way, we are moving on. All right, Albert G. Emmerich also talked about the rule of the octave. He wrote into a London musical journal called The Musical Times, and he was responding to an editorial where someone had complained about the state of music education in the 1890s here. And Emmerich wrote with a reply, he said, "Would a return to the rule of the octave and its treatment as practiced in the 4 conservatorios of Naples perhaps assist us to get out of this slough of despond?" He even mentioned specifically Fenaroli and his admirable partimenti. This was not the first time that Emmerich had written to the Musical Times. A couple decades earlier, a reader wrote into the editors of the journal asking for an explanation of a particular chord, the second one in the first bar there. The editors themselves seemed a bit puzzled, and they proposed a few ideas, but Emmerich wasn't satisfied. So he wrote in with his own explanation, and he said that it is nothing more than a cadenza semplice, and the only wonder is that it should have created a pother with any educated musician. This explanation, I cut the explanation for time, is made according to that system, which was studied and practiced by Leon Durante, Sarti and Tommaso Traetta, the two Scarlattis, the two Guglielmis, Pergolesi and Cimarosa, Cherubini and Mercadante, Fenaroli, and his pupil, Phil Traetta, my beloved master. Emmerich also owned some very rare volumes in the US at the time, 3 collections of Partimenti, first Fenaroli's, then Signorelli's, then the massive 3-volume Choron collection that we all know. These may have been the only copies in the United States at the time, and he donated them to the Library Company of Philadelphia, where they still are today in 1896, 2 years before he died. All right, Movimenti del Basso. So this is another one of Traetta's solfeggi for bass, and it opens, of course, with one of the movimento we've talked about a few times during the conference, which rises by a fifth and descends by a fourth. It really looks almost identical to the opening of one of Durante's Partimenti. We see the same movimento there. In one of Traetta's manuscripts, we kind of get a little glimpse into what seems to be a lesson, where he's demonstrating another movimento to one of his pupils, which descends by a third and ascends by a fourth. His point here seems to be, if you start from minor, you go down a major third, and then you modulate to D flat major. If you start in major, you go down a minor third, and then you modulate to D minor. And also interesting, he's written C3 flat at the top. This is really a lot like the Italian way of naming keys. Se terza minore seems to be the idea there. Imitation. Oh yeah, okay, we are wrapping up. This is an excerpt from one of Insanguine's Partimenti. And we see something extremely, this is how it would be realized, of course. We see something very similar here in one of Traetta's solfeggi for bass. All right, I think I'm basically out of time, so I'm going to close with a little riddle. Where would we start the imitation here, and on what note, in order to produce a perfect canon? Here is the excerpt. Anybody want to tell me? Yasin, I see a smile.
Yeah.
You want to say it?
I would want our students to say.
Okay.
Above this, on the 6th and so on an E.
Yeah, the 6th over the G sharp, right? Yeah, exactly. So that would be our solution there. All right, the last part was going to be about Traetta's legacy in America. I think I'll cut it here. If you have any questions and want to know about it, feel free to ask me. I'll just note that one of Traetta's pupils, Ureli Corelli Hill, that is his real name, was the founder of the New York Philharmonic. So pretty remarkable little detail about his legacy there. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, yeah, feel free to ask me during the café pausa or by email or whatever you like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sean, for this very informative presentation on Traetta. I'm really sorry again to not have time now for questions, but just ask the question later during the break, or you can use his mail address. You can find it in his biography in this program. You have it here. Now let's move on to our next speaker. His name is Marco Polacci. Thank you very much for being here. Analyzing opera is the name of his paper, The Partimento Tradition in the 19th Century Italian Operatic Production. Marco is a pianist, musicologist, music historian, and music theorist. He holds his PhD in music from the University of Nottingham in the United Kingdom. He's currently professor of history of music at the Conservatoire of Music Fausto Torrefranca. Welcome, Marco.
Thank you all. I should be running a little bit for time. I will not be able to reproduce all musical examples, maybe one or two. An increasing interest in the study of the role of music analysis with different forms as a result of a great deal Now, sorry, right, it should be working. Hopefully. Not yet. You want to double check if something is... Right, all good, thank you. An increasing interest in the study of the role of music analysis with different forms as a result in a great deal of recent research on musical repertoires and issues related to the music analysis. Although the complex and vastly widespread relations between dramaturgy context and compositional practice, a controversial but very necessary problem is becoming apparent: whether opera can should be analyzed in the same framework as other music genres. Despite its specific and broad language, surely the 18th and early 19th century roots of opera have a fundamental and mutual basis that allowed almost every composer to become a professional musician. An analytical approach which considers the actual compositional legacies evident in pedagogies will reveal how these old traditions were essential parts of drama. The study explores the idea that this analytical approach, which considers the role of partimento tradition, can prove how these century-old methods were essential parts of the drama. Indeed, the art of partimento, the schemata theory, can be used as a significant analytical tool for 19th century opera analysis. This study focused on some example from a selection of the Italian composer Vincenzo Bellini as a case study in this specific context, a relationship within his compositional practice in which the partimento legacy was carefully preserved and the tonal music language of the early 19th century. The analytical work is based upon the evidence of partimento patterns in the composer's operas and their musical meanings. The analysis of Bellini's operas, as well as other 19th century opera composers, and be largely and hastily missed following the tradition of an analytical approach based on German Romantic aesthetics, which is still reflected in 20th century methods, even in the last decades. Along with other 19th century Italian opera musicians, Bellini's operas, in fact, have often been overlooked by theorists whose mainstream perception of the opera compositional praxis towards its present form is often fraught with reductionist views. These tend to neglect the wider subtitles of extraordinarily nuanced creative landscape with many different landmark influences and threats. A bias of theories influences the common idea that the Bellini's musical language is based on simple and pleasant melodies and therefore not worthy of deeper investigation in comparison to the great 19th century instrumental music or complex harmonies in the works of German composers. I recall the well-known statement by Stravinsky, and I quote, "Bellini inherited melody without having even so much as asked for it, as if heaven had said to him, I shall give you the one thing Beethoven lacks." This analytical work intends to reconsider the prejudice regarding these simple melodies born from the talent and inspiration of Bellini, without even bothering to ask for it. A re-evaluation of compositional techniques thought in the early 19th century at the Napolitan conservatoires, such as the Partimento's rules, contrapuntal schemata, could be helpful in exploration of the partimento legacy and its significance in the compositional rhetoric meanings in Vincenzo Bellini's melodies, in this specific case. In doing so, I seek to explore Bellini's Partimento legacy, highlighting how the specific contrapuntal and harmonic patterns he learned as a student were incorporated into his compositional activity, and exploring how the composer could have used these formulas and melodic models within a dramaturgical context to this operatic music. The pillars of the Napolitan pedagogic tradition are already examined thoroughly based on the important works by relevant scholars mentioned in this conference. Furthermore, the compositional schemata to which I will refer in my analytical method have been described in the fundamental schemata theory by Robert Gerdigan. Here, I just want to recall that the young Vincenzo was trained by his grandfather, Vincenzo Tobia Bellini, who studied music following the rigors of the Napolitan school at the Conservatorio Sant'Onofrio a Capuana. Bellini was then admitted as a student in the Collegio di San Sebastiano in Naples with Giovanni Furno, was his first harmony and partimento teacher, Carlo Conti, and Giacomo Tritto. And after a few years, in 1822, he became a pupil of Zingarelli's school. I proceed then to analyze some excerpts by Bellini, showing the Partimento legacy in his selected musical passages and suggesting the expressive use of a specific schema as an analytical tool. The Romanesca was used primarily for important themes, such as being an opening gambit, becoming a common musical cliché in recollection of the past, specifically the early 19th century compositional pattern. The melody and the bass forming the Romanesca opening contrapuntal gesture were a signature trait of a courtier and noble context milieu in some musical passages from operas by 19th century Italian composers such as Rossini, Bellini, Donizetti, and Verdi. The conventional music formula that overlays the descending scale as a stepwise descending bass, as is shown in the analytical reduction on the symphony from Il Pirata, which was used by Bellini as a musical archaism evoking the court's atmosphere, emphasizing that of the Sicilian castle of Candora and the courtesan era in which the opera is set in. The Romanesca scheme, rated identifiable by its melodic and bass setting with a sense of courtier context milieu, is shown in another example in figure 2, and then followed by analytical reduction, which was taken from Bellini's I Capuleti e Montecchi. The scene in the third act is set up in a courtyard in the Palace of Capellio, where the girls celebrated the imminent wedding of Giulietta and Tebaldo, and the main theme, based on this ancient formula, underlies the festive and jubilant atmosphere, with the nobles and courtiers dancing and singing in the palace. A rising figure to introduce an important musical theme is described by Gerdigan as Do Re Mi in its basic type, with ascending 1 to 3 degrees, scale degree in the melody, and 1/7 or 5/1 in the bass line. Like the melodic and harmonic pattern of the Romanesca, the Do Re Mi was another popular and favorite 18th and early 19th century Partimento pattern, applying a presentation scheme to emphasize a vocal line or a musical theme. The beginning on the famous Credeasi Misera from I Puritani in the third act, when Arturo starts the concertato with unquestionable beauty and dramatic force of the melody, elaborates the Do Re Mi schemes as the conventional pattern with the 3 notes D flat, E flat, and F as a fulcrum of the musical passage, exemplifying how to compose and embellish the voice leading to Arturo's singing, which represent a prayer for Elvira's innocence. The pattern is also followed by a typical partimento sequence, which consists in a bass rising by 4th and falling by 5th, as the analytical reduction is shown in this example. The old Neapolitan rule Do Re Mi also underpins the beginning of Norma's symphony, as illustrated in figure 6, followed by an analysis in highlighting the conventional Do Re Mi pattern with another ancient Romanesca that returns in bars 1720. The rhythmic figures developed by Bellini using these two outmoded practical counterpoints confirm a sense of marching which recalls approximately a military parade that perfectly adheres with the musical topic of the symphony introduction. Another analysis of the passage from Norma may serve to precisely demonstrate the way in which Neapolitan compositional practice, acquired through repetitive exercises in cadences, scales, partimentos, formulas, and other bass motions, was applied to the professional world of composition in a variety of styles. Based on pedagogic rules regarding the bass motions, one of the most well-known presentation schemes described by Gerding as the Meyer. This bass motion segment was introduced by Giacomo Tritto in his Scuola di Contrappunto, and this pattern became very common in the 19th century pedagogic tradition and operatic creations. An example in which Bellini applied this tonal prototype is exhibited in a famous duet in Norma Il mio man al fin tu sei, where the woman demands that her lover Pollione repudiates forever her rival in love, the handmaid Adalgisa. This duet demonstrates the strength of Bellini's ability to elaborate more than a simple and melodic gift. The composer, in fact, could use conventional patterns to allude to dramatic situations as proven in the remarkable lyric section in which Bellini begins the duet with an instrumental introduction. The vocal line gradually rises to the climax of the scene, repeating the initial melodic statement when Norma tries to establish the solid power of her dominance, articulating the melody through the Meyer bass line from Tritto's teachings of the conventional partimento schemes. The tonally stable formula supports the unmoving power of Norma, who claims to control Pollione's life when she confronts him, threatening for him to be the last chance to live with her. The emotional insecurities of Norma are implied by the suspension of the sixth when the protagonist sings to say, recalling her inner vulnerability, even in the authoritative and stable power, as is shown in my analytical reduction. The model vocal realization of her other Neapolitan school exhibit similar feature as a topoi, recalling past tradition and musical conventions. We have seen examples of partimento heritage in Bellini's melodic gift, which could also suggest a relationship between these old-fashioned patterns and some compositional cliché, a sort of a musical topoi in some operatic contexts, to intensify the musical meaning of the drama under the tacit principle that some operatic situation could invite conventional musical solutions. These sequences, analyzed in the previous example, could have worked as a sort of cantus firmus for the compositional praxis of melodies, treated in practice as cantus firmi, becoming melodically distinctive formulas based on Italian methods, testifying to the centrality of the training received by the composer. As such, stock melodic formulas were integrated with other partimento rules that were connected with harmonization of ascending and descending scales. The rule of the octave, in fact, embodied the backbone related to the bass and melodic formulas. The important conventional formulas features a way of harmonizing bass lines, in which one chord corresponds to each scale degrees, matching up the bass notes with their related chord. As Sanguinetti describes, the rule of the octave is an effective and important instrument of tonal coherence and tonal stability, as it allows the choosing and determining of a specific chord for each scale degree without any room for ambiguity. During the 19th century, particularly in Italy and for opera composers anywhere, Fedele Fenaroli's standard version became the favorite harmonization. Coincidence between the musical future of segments of the rule of the octave, elaborated by Bellini both as operatic melody and bass movement, are observed in settings of scene where a formulaic musical element, which can be identified with a strong sense of tonal solidity, appears in specific dramaturgic passages with a sense of uncertainty, recalling the need for emotional stability, a discomfort from the past, a nostalgic memory, dreams that create a sense of estrangement or even a made scene. A conventional technique from Bellini's training might evoke a dramaturgical reminiscence. Suggestive in this regard is the touching melody O quante volte, O quante from I Capuleti and Bellini, which is elaborated in a fragment of the rule of the octave, followed by a pregnant model, reproduce the beginning of the, they produce the beginning of the aria based on a segment of the rule of the octave in the bass line, with a subsequent descending melody presenting a pregnant pattern in which the scale degree are preceded by appoggiature that reinforce the melancholy of melodic line. Another analytical passage shows one more famous example that highlights the vocal line utilizing a section of the rule of the octave employed as a musical theme in a dramatic context. The example is taken from I Puritani, the well-known maid scene, one of the most famous maid scenes in the 19th century opera, O rendetemi la speme, in the second act. If I have a short time, at least I'll try here to reproduce just this area, just a tiny bit, the audio example. If it's working. Here we are. If it works, maybe not. Well, doesn't matter. I keep going then. My analytical reduction is reproduced in figure 13, following with the original score. The great scene of Elvira's reveals Bellini's impressive talent in comprehending theatrical drama, expressing the compositional patterns among his other musical and dramaturgical tools. More specifically, specific attention is given to the vocal melody, certainly expressing the emotion of the character amid her madness. Among the endless array of melodic inventions he could have chosen, Bellini used a memorable selection of rule the octave to convey Elvira's feeling. In fact, Elvira, destroyed by the suspected development with another woman of her love, Arturo, overwhelmed with grief, descends into delirium, singing the famous aria in the second act. The betrayal analyzes her mental equilibrium, which is demonstrated by the climax of her soulful and touching melodic line. Having the protagonist lose her center of her love, her whole world, the composer recalled a powerful tool of tonal coherence and certainty. The bass line is based in good Neapolitan fashion on the rule of the octave, together with the compositional scheme of the tonally stable Meyer, to express Elvira's needs to emotionally embrace and cling on to something. This passage also highlights a cadenza lunga, following with the partimento's pedagogic rule, which might be considered a cadential progression in a modern harmonic idea. The tonal stability of the conventional pattern through dramaturgical prolepsis underlines the intense desire for the protagonist's return to her life and the reality with her love. At the end of the scene, yet again, Elvira reiterates her desire, singing "A toglietemi la vita o rendetemi il mio amor," in which the same partimento scheme is repeated, thematizing again the poetic image with the music and text on the stage. I'll try the last one, just one small example. Maybe the conclusion then. Nothing technological. Sorry, I wanted to make larger the scheme, but I interrupted very badly. Right. How many? Right. I speed up then. For reasons of time, I could discuss a further example, just to mention like other composers, Rossini, Verdi, and so on. But I go through the conclusion then. The Sartre's model theory, the gallant schemata and the partimento moderns, early 19th century Italian opera, might represent one analytical field that accurately highlights aspects of operatic music. That credo was surely to assign expressive value to the melodic melodies and texts to which the contrapuntal patterns, such as the basis based on the Meyer, Prin, Fenaroli, role the octave, and other schemata, were assigned. In doing this, part of this originality was the way Bellini or other composers could evoke or suggest a musical topos. Besides, Bellini himself could answer to the commonplace regarding his melodies, compositional naivete, and musical mistakes. He wrote, therefore, and I quote, whoever wants to judge without prejudice all my works, I would suggest concentrating on my melody and my bass lines. While the study of schemata theory and partimentary tradition has traditionally and mainly been used to illuminate 18th and early 19th century instrumental music, this analytical approach can present a new perspective in the music analysis subjects and the realm of the 19th century opera studies. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Marco, for this very nice presentation. Again, we don't have time for questions, but we are going now to do this coffee break, so probably we will have time. Don't hesitate to reach Marco and Sean. They are here, and they are happy to answer some questions. Thank you very much to our outstanding panel, consisted of Nicola, Sean, and Marco. And I wish you a very nice evening. Thank you.
So hello everybody, and welcome to the last formal session of this conference. I'm supposed to move in front of the camera, which I gather is over here. Right, there it is. Okay, so I think people are just getting settled. Our first presentation this afternoon, which is by Fabio Antonio Falcone, will be online, so he's already sitting there waiting for us. He's going to be talking to us about Pasquini. And Fabio Falcone is a researcher and lecturer currently in the team of the Didactics for the Arts and Music and Movement at the University of Geneva. And his PhD thesis focused on didactic systems and teaching practices of historical keyboard improvisation, where he looked at sources from the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. So please welcome Fabio Antonio Falcone and Pasquini.
So good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you see my PowerPoint? Yes. Yeah, perfect. So thank you very much. And to begin, I would like to thank all the organizers for the invitation and also for providing me with the opportunity to participate from here, from Geneva. So welcome to this presentation in which I will analyze and describe the practice of partimento as a didactic tool for the construction of musical knowledge. Now, partimento is being widely explored by musicologists and practical musicians, and the richness of the presentations we are attending in this conference is in a way a proof of this growing interest that even drives the research on partimenti toward other instruments and multiple approaches. With this paper, I will attempt to bring a different angle of analysis, a different angle from that of musicology and performance practice. So I will attempt to examine a specific collection of partimenti through the lens of a didactical approach. So more specifically, I will attempt to understand the underlying didactic project of Pasquini's collection of versetti. So how, through the study and the practice of these partimenti, the student could construct an expertise in a matter of style. To this end, I will first place the collection of versetti in the context of Pasquini's pedagogical works for keyboards. Then I will take a more methodological digression in order to clarify the theoretical framework I used for the analysis. And I hope this digression, however necessary, won't be too, let me say, indigestible. Finally, I will show some examples in order to answer my research questions that are, firstly, if is it possible to detect clues to a learning progression in Bernardo Pasquini's collection of versetti? And second, what do these clues tell us about Pasquini's conception of learning progression for the construction of stylistic knowledge? So, Pasquini includes more than 300 organ versetti in his corpus of keyboard works. According to a 2010 study by Bellotti and Porter, these versetti can be classified into 5 main categories, and you have it on the slide. So the authors identify the versetto cadenza, the versetto progressione, imitato, fugato, adagio, and we can trace this categorization back to 3 main styles, namely the improvised style, imitative style, modern style, particularly in the versetto adagio, the modern style. At first glance, it would appear that the versetti are organized in a linear manner in order of increasing difficulty. In fact, at the beginning, one finds short versetti, while later on, the versetti gradually become larger and more complex. indeed, we find at the end of the collection the Versetti Fuga. At the beginning, we have just few measures, Versetti of few measures. So, however, a more attentive look to the collection reveals from the very beginning elements of complexity, especially relating to the stylistic knowledge that the pupil must mobilize in order to carry out these exercises. On the basis of this observation, we ask the following research question that I let you read on this slide. So, before proceeding to the analysis of a few examples, let's clarify some didactic concepts that allowed me to detect these clues and then to analyze them. Let's first define the notions of didactic situation and didactic milieu as formulated by Guy Brousseau in a study of 1998. You have also a definition of didactic situation on the slide. Brousseau in relation to the teaching of mathematics. And then we will see to what extent appartimento can be considered as a didactic milieu. So you have here a diagram summarizing Brousseau's theory, and you also have this definition that could help the comprehension. So the didactic situation is represented by the gray rectangle, and we find within it two actors, the teacher and the student as learner. So the teacher who intends to teach, in this case, a mathematical content, and the student as a learner. Let's set aside for the moment the small white rectangle, and then in next slide we will see a bit more of this. So the two actors are united by a didactic contract that is a system of expectations on both sides. And to make a long story short, I just will say that the teacher expects the pupil to learn a content, and the student expects the teacher not to do the work for him, but to create conditions for his learning. Now, in the white rectangle with the dot sides, we find the milieu and the student as actor. This rectangle represents the adidactic situation. That is a situation designed by the teacher which tries as much as possible to hide any didactic intention. So, for example, the teacher tries to create a situation that is as close as possible to what happens in real life. In mathematics, we have this called real-life problems. You have an example on the slide. For example, mathematical problem solving, where the student has to find out a solution to a problem that reconstitutes, we say, recreates an everyday situation, such as going shopping. The child has to buy some candies and find out how much he spends. So the pupil has to work out what kind of operation he has to use to solve the problem. In this case, the mathematical operation, for example, addition, subtraction, whatever, will be the mathematical content to be learned by the pupil. We can consider this adidactic situation as a game defined by the teacher and actualized in the milieu. So the milieu is everything that the teacher puts at the pupil's disposal in order for the pupil to construct new knowledge from what he already knows. So it can be exercises, every resources, materials, verbal instruction, etc. Whatever can help the student to build new knowledge. In this slide, you have some example of exercises that usually integrate the didactic milieu nowadays in mathematics and also in improvisation, issued from modern methods of improvisation by tumbling. So this milieu, the didactic milieu, which is always organized in advance by the teacher, must meet three conditions. First of all, the milieu must provoke contradictions, must provoke difficulties that lead to an adaptation of the student's already available knowledge. And hopefully, what a teacher hopes always is the construction of a new knowledge. The milieu must allow the student to solve the problem by himself. How? Through the interaction with the milieu and through the feedback of the milieu on his own action. So to clarify this concept that might sound probably abstract, I will give you a very practical example. So an example of a didactic milieu would be the water in the situation where a child is supposed to learn swimming. The water itself, in a certain sense, will teach the child how to swim. And we know that many children learn to swim without an instructor. But if we can rise or lower the bottom of the pool, like, for example, with this swimming pool with a sliding bottom system that are also used in teaching situations. So if we can rise or lower the bottom of the pool according to whether the child needs more or less support, the child would learn more safely and probably better, because we can, in a way, control the learning process. So, finally, the milieu must be designed by the teacher in such a way that the pupil build new knowledge from what he already knows. But in what extent appartimento can be considered as a milieu didactique, a didactic milieu? First of all, appartimento presents itself as a problem to be solved. In fact, you have to play what is written, but you also have to find out how to fill in what is not written. Furthermore, the solution to this problem, namely the realization of the appartimento in a specific style, requires, first of all, the mobilization of available knowledge, and then hopefully the construction of a new specific knowledge in terms of style. For example, in this specific case, in order to meet the stylistic expectations of appartimento, the students must first understand the knowledge implications of the exercise in terms of style. And how? By adapting their already available knowledge in terms of harmony, basso continuo, counterpoint, etc., to the stylistic elements provided by the teacher in the exercise. So the pupil, let's say, must first detect and then respond to all the graphic and verbal signs that are present in the exercise, that are all the notes, the clef, the figures, but also verbal instruction that are written on the exercise. So in didactics, we call these elements ostensive sign of the milieu, and we have a definition on this slide. It's a bit like in the case of the swimming pool, where we can regulate the bottom in order to guide the learning process. So in the case of the appartimento, the teacher can decide to support the child more or less in this learning process by using more or less ostensive signs in the milieu, but also by deciding which kind of ostensive sign to use and how to use them. Concerning this dissimulation of knowledge, as we will see, the partimenti proposed by Pasquini reveal more or less clearly the intention to teach a specific stylistic knowledge. So it is not always clear, and this knowledge is hidden in such a way that the pupil can only obtain the good answer or the good answers when many realizations are possible by adapting their own knowledge to the milieu and by making personal decisions to solve the problem. Now, we will see some example, and here we have an example of didactical proposition taken from Pasquini's collection, where the stylistic expectations seems to be easily recognizable from the pupil. We have a versetto here on the top of the slide in imitative style. In this partimento, we see a certain number of ostensive signs. Pasquini, in fact, makes the 4 entries of the fugato explicit, How? Through graphic ostensive signs. In fact, the first 3 entries are fully notated by Pasquini, and for the 4th entry, we have the typical Pasquini's dashes, so that function as a graphic ostensive sign. But also, we have verbal ostensive signs. We have, more specifically, the indication soli that indicate a thematic entry, and so that the student knows that doesn't have to realize the line with chords. So on the basis of these ostensive signs, the pupil could, in principle, easily recognize the imitative style and correctly realize the partimento, how, above all, drawing on their own available knowledge in terms of harmony and counterpoint, and also by imitating the teacher's examples. And you have on the bottom of this slide an example of versetto in imitative style, entirely realized by Pasquini. We should also keep in mind that the pupil, while practicing these partimenti, at the same time carried out written counterpoint exercises. And we have the saggi di contrappunto, but also exercises in basso continuo, and also studied repertoire pieces that Pasquini wrote especially for his students. So the use of different didactic devices made it possible to acquire the same contents, for example, cadences, progressions, based movements, by mobilizing different knowledge, both theoretical, for example, through the study of counterpoint, written counterpoint exercises, but also practical, expert knowledge. But also, thanks to the study of the repertoire, the student found these contents contextualized in real pieces, and thus began to implicitly construct stylistic references. We have another example here of versetto in toccata style. The structure of the milieu, so how Pasquini managed to present the exercise, makes it easy for the pupil to recognize the stylistic elements introduced by Pasquini. In the interaction with this didactic milieu, the partimento on the top of this slide, the student can easily recognize certain elements of the improvised style, namely the presence of long lines of 16 notes in the bass line, normally in irregular patterns, and you can see also in the bottom of this slides a versetto in stile toccata realized by Pasquini. So imitating the examples given by Pasquini in his own toccatas, but also in these versetti, and drawing on available knowledge in terms of basso continuo, in this case, the pupil could easily realize this versetto. So, in these previous 2 examples, we observed a highly structured milieu on the basis of all the graphic and verbal ostensive signs that are written on the exercise that are intended to guide the pupil's action. The pupil could, in principle, recognize the different styles, and relying on the examples given by the teacher and imitating them, he could perform these partimenti easily by observing the constraints of each style. I'm just speaking of recognizing the style of the partimento. But in Pasquini, we don't always find examples of such a transparent milieu. In this example, the exercise set up by Pasquini presents, in my opinion, a high degree of ambiguity and requires the student to mobilize a precise stylistic knowledge in order to carry out the exercise. In fact, the style of writing with this introduction of fast passages in 16 notes might suggest first glance a versetto in toccata style, and we find this kind of writing in several Pasquini's toccatas. Pasquini starts toccatas with this kind of style of writing. At the same time, the introduction of the verbal ostensive soli but also the use of the treble clef at the beginning might lead the beginner, and I insist I'm speaking of beginner, to think that this is a versetto in imitative style, because the student already found this indication for many versetti written in imitative style. Another possible way of realizing this exercise could be to gradually increase the polyphonic texture up to the final cadence in a kind of concertato style, which I think to be the most probably intention of Pasquini here, but this is not the point here to understand the most probably intention of Pasquini, just to show how some exercises as presented by Pasquini can lead to different hypotheses of stylistic realizations, above all in the case of a beginner. Here we have another example of this category of versetto partimento. At first glance, the baseline of this versetto shows elements of the modern style, and if we refer to Pasquini's realized examples, for example, versetti in this style, but also aria, the short arias that we find often in the collection, also variation and dances, a possible realization could opt for a predominant recorder realization with probably small imitations and a non-strict observation of the number of the parts. However, a closer analysis reveals the presence of clues to an imitative style. For example, the figures 676, which appears 3 times in this exercise, as a graphic ostensive sign of the milieu, may not only indicate a series of chords, of course, but also refer to a melodic line that thematically echoes the bass line. In fact, we have and then with the figure, we can imitate this thematic entrance here at dominant on the A, here on the D, here on the A. So this ostensive sign of the milieu could, in short, activate the notion of imitation, and a beginner, recognizing these graphic ostensive signs, could opt for imitative realization, for example, even ignoring the first figure on the C sharp and begin with a thematic exposition in the bass, followed by another entry on the second bar, and so on. And we find many versetti of Pasquini that in imitative, clearly in imitative style, that start with this kind of figuration. So the beginner could also decide to realize this versetto in a chordal manner without integrating any imitation. So just to show that this kind of exercise could lead the students to many hypotheses of realization, at the contrary of what happened with the previous one, that this one was clearly a versetto in imitative style, and the only way to realize this versetto is this one, the same here, this toccata style, etc. Here and here we have many possibilities. So we can define these 2 last examples as ambiguous stylistic orientation proposals. Above all, if we compare them to the previous examples, where the stylistic orientation was very clear and where the student didn't have many possibilities to realize the partimento. So these latter examples seems to me to be particularly significant with regard to my research question, that is concerning the learning progression in terms of stylistic knowledge. Why? Because whereas in the first 2 examples, the pupil didn't have many options of realization and could even strictly imitate the models provided by the teacher, in the latter example, the imitation is not anymore possible due to the multiplicity of stylistic references that are present in the milieu. So this range of possibilities of realization with which the pupil is confronted encourages, firstly, the consolidation of stylistic knowledge through the recognition of stylistic references present in the milieu. And secondly, the entry of the student into a phase of devolution that is this act of becoming responsible of the choices that he must take with regard to the stylistic realization, because they have, they have many possibilities to realize the exercises. So, to conclude, I think it is important to point out that Pasquini introduces this type of exercise right at the beginning of his collection of Versetti, and this in alternation with exercises which, as we saw, clearly present the stylistic references. It should be also remembered that this collection, together with all the corpus of pedagogical works for keyboard, seems to have been reorganized by Pasquini himself expressly for the teaching of his nephew, and so this at the end of his career, using the didactic materials that he was using with other students. So has been really a reorganization of all the didactic material expressly for the nephew at the end of his career. So we assume that it is a deliberate choice on the part of Pasquini to alternate, since the beginning of this collection of Partimenti, these two kind of exercises, kind of stylistic orientation proposals. So a deliberate choice so that the pupil, in one hand, through the realization of the Versetti presenting clearly the stylistic references, could construct the stylistic knowledge, but also through the imitation of the models provided by the teacher. And on the other hand, through the ambiguous stylistic orientation to the more complex exercises, the pupil could consolidate the stylistic knowledge acquired previously with this easier exercises, and at the same time, he could avoid a mechanical imitation of the models proposed by the teacher. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a really fascinating contribution. I want to ask, first of all, if anybody has any questions for you. Does anybody, would anyone in the room like to ask something? If not, we'll give people a moment to think. And I've actually got a question for you. I'm wondering, in your experience with other pedagogues of Partimento, do you find that Pasquini's approach is particular in terms of using this kind of technique? As in, do you think it's more clear with him than perhaps with some others?
Well, of course, the way of organize the collection of Partimenti in Pasquini is quite unique, because, for example, this alternation of difficulties seems to be really an alternation between construction of knowledge and consolidation. I also studied the collection of Fenaroli for my doctoral thesis, and it's completely different. We have really a different way to progress in the time of the collection. So we have more support concerning, for example, numbers, concerning figures, from the beginning to the end. So I would say yes, it's quite unique, but also. Of course, one must contextualize the transmission of knowledge. There are really different learning conditions, for example, in Fenaroli or in Pasquini, because in Fenaroli, for example, we have I'd say, yes, also a reorganization of the material, but was intended to be used from a student that was not followed in how to say, in a personal manner. At contrary, in in Pasquini, we know that there was really a relationship with the nephew that allow also this kind of organization, because a kind of didactic memory of what was taught could have been activated in the didactic situation. So I think it's quite peculiar, quite unique way to organize the progression of knowledges and the students. Yes.
Thank you for that answer. I think it's going to give us a lot to think about in terms of the consequences for modern pedagogy of Partimento as well. Are there any more questions in the room? Yes?
How has studying Pasquini's Partimenti and this realization, about the clarity with which these puzzles are presented, how has that affected the way that you teach, if you teach more Neapolitan Partimento, or has studying Pasquini changed the way that you approach teaching Neapolitan styles or Neapolitan materials?
Neapolitan. Thank you for the question. Can I ask you why are you asking about Neapolitan style in relation with Pasquini? Because with Pasquini we are more in the Roman.
Yes, I mean, as a modern approach,
okay.
Has studying pedagogically
for the document in general, you mean? So, So in my teaching practice, honestly, I have never given the entirety of the collection. So, but only certain exercises together with other exercises extracted from other collections. So it was already a mixture of different schools. So while practicing on Pasquini, Partimenti, the student was also practicing on Fenaroli or Durante, etc. Certainly, I didn't prove this this organization of the collection in a modern practice. Certainly, a contemporary teaching situation is also not remotely comparable to the context in which the transmission of knowledge took place back then. So, but I think, yes, research from the practice regarding observed practice, practicing real practice, learning practice, would shed light on many other aspects of this transmission. In my specific case, yes, I have now another awareness in the choice of the exercise. Yes, so I keep more attention in the choice of exercise, presenting more signs or less according to the necessity of the student. I can say this. Yes.
Thank you very much for your answer there. I think probably for the interests of time, we should move on to our next presenter today. So let's all have a last round of applause. So our final formal presentation for this wonderful symposium is going to be from Matteo Messori, who will give us a lecture recital on the esercizi of Giovanni Alberto Ristori. So while he's getting himself organized, just a little about him. He's currently a professor both at the Conservatory of Venice and Reggio Emilia, other way around, where he teaches organ composition, harpsichord, historical keyboard instruments, and the whole gamut of things. And I know that certainly quite a few of our students will have benefited from his exciting teaching this week. So please let us welcome Matteo Messori.
Audio functions, maybe, yeah. So first, I sincerely thank the organizers of this wonderful initiative. I got the chance to reflect and learn a lot, really, thanks to the musical and scientific interventions, presentations I heard in these days. It was a great honor to work with excellent students I met here in Vienna. Thank you all very much, really. And what I will say, and especially what I will play for 20 minutes, in short time, I hope, are framed within my predilection for investigating the musical relationship between Italy and German-speaking countries. Two nationalities that for nearly a millennium have represented two sides of the same coin, both belonging, for the most part, Switzerland maybe not, to that supranational and multi-confessional state, largely marked by dialectalism, local culture, and a certain tendency toward institutional anarchy that was the Roman Empire of German nation. A state that included Frescobaldi's Ferrara and the Lutheran Saxony, Bononcini's Modena, and Johann Sebastian Bach Thüringen. The quotation from these three passages from the 17th to the 19th centuries by three Germans, a musician, Heinrich Schütz, a musicologist, Emil Naumann, the grandfather of him was Johann Gottlieb Naumann, student in Padua of Vallotti, in Bologna of Padre Martini, and Dresden Kapellmeister, and intellectual and philosopher like Friedrich Nietzsche, confirm the deep connection and gratitude that artists from Germany and the world of German culture have always had for humanity. Read them carefully. Nietzsche is very funny, of course. But there is Germany, Germania und Italia sind Schwester, sisters. And this was very deeply felt by people, by musicians, artists, until maybe a moment in which German music maybe became better than Italian, I find, because I'm a Bach fan, of course. And about Ristori, the collection of esercizi per l'accompagnamento I found is maybe the best Italian collection of partimenti, for sure, of the first half of the century, of the 18th century. I find it really worth of concert playing today, and less is, of course, esercizi, Übung, didactic, but can be a little bit more unruhig, wie die Deutschen sagen. There is a mixture of stili, lo stile misto, from Italy and Germany, Saxony, but Ristori was born in Vienna, and I discovered it some years ago, and I published an article together with Anna Katarzyna Zaremba, I think, from Warsaw. I was able to discover that he was baptized here in the Cathedral of Vienna, and not like everybody before told in Bologna. So Ristori was from Vienna, and maybe, I don't know if the organizer wanted to finish this beautiful conference with Viennese Partimento, because in some way these are Viennese Partimento. And the father of Ristori was from Parma, Tommaso Ristori, but capocomico, very famous throughout Europe in Saxony, and was also the director, stage director of the Kärntner Tortheater nearby. And so Ristori was born here, but we don't know anything about the education. I suspect maybe also the local organists here. Why not Fuchs? Why not many Italians here? Of course, Antonio Pancotti, less known, Giovanni Bononcini from Modena, from Bologna, Marco Antonio Ziani, Carlo and Antonio Draghi. They could be the very first teachers of him. Then we have, everybody has written that he was from Bologna. I investigated in the State Archive of Bologna the notary things about apartment, houses, theaters. I didn't find anything. Only this letter was already published. He's Stefano Benedetto Pallavicino, son of the Carlo Pallavicino opera composer in Dresden. And he writes to London from Warsaw. And he tried to get a place for him in London because maybe he was tired to be the Polish Chapelmeister. So between Dresden, Warsaw, and Russia, every 3 months. And of course, I didn't say because I want to be a little bit faster in my presentation, that is a very pivotal composer for the Union Saxon-Polish Union. So he was the first opera composer in Russia with Calandro. He was the organist of the Polish chapel of the King of Poland, so Elector of Saxony. After the death of Johann Christian Petzold, and I think that is very important to look to the Petzold keyboard virtuoso concerti in Venetian Vivaldi style, has a model for realization, why not, and also of ornamentation. So he tells he's a good musician, composes with naturalness, does well church stuff, and is an excellent harpsichord accompanist, like that which is of the school of Bologna. That doesn't mean that he studied in Bologna. Maybe he was worth of the Bologna school. Me and Peter Vantur think that there is a system of Bolognese didactic, and maybe he was trained in this system, but maybe in Parma or in Vienna by a Bolognese. Maybe, and I think this is more possible, Nicoletta is not here, but she recorded a CD of the Bologna composer and harpsichord virtuoso Pietro Giuseppe Sandoni, that was the London harpsichordist under Handel Beaton, and maybe Pallavicino is trying to convince Giuseppe Riva in London to employ with Sandoni Ristori. So this that which is of the school of Bologna is Sandoni, I think. So he is good as Sandoni, as good as Sandoni. Sorry for my English. Venice. Venice is another possibility of education. We know that he wrote the first Vivaldi opera. Vivaldi was not so able to write operas, but hired with the father, Giovanni Battista Antonio, a theater, and they asked to Ristori and the father to make their first opera, Orlando Furioso, 1713, and was so successful that Vivaldi did again 1 year later his first opera, Orlando Furioso, that is 80% Ristori music. Sardelli doesn't agree with me, but you can check both scores. And then Lotti was, of course, an influence on the beautiful passion duets, Divoti affetti della passione di Nostro Signore, that is a collection for the private Catholic chapel in Dresden of duets on Latin texts that are beautiful, beautiful, much better than Lotti, but in Lotti dedicated the madrigals to the emperor here in Vienna. So in Venice there were Bologna masters. Gasparini was trained by Pasquini, but Pasquini was trained in Ferrara. People forget this fashion to tell that Partimento came from Naples is for me completely a great historical mistake. I tell always to Peter that is the most comprehensive with me, because the first Partimenti, Augusta the first partimento are maybe Paumann, but in some way the first written partimento came from Bologna. That was the musical city of Roman state. So Bologna was not German Empire. Modena, yes, Bologna not. And so we have Banchieri, we have maybe this canzona of yesterday I published, maybe. But we have also Gasparini, trained by Giovanni Paolo Colonna, trained in Rome by Carissimi. Pasquini trained Gasparini, and Gasparini was in Venice. And then a Bologna master. We have a collection of 30, from the 1732, of partimenti by Saratelli in 24 keys. And this is a typical Bologna tradition. We have discovered something from the Martini school that is in 24 keys, and this always with figures. So what happens? So we don't know really esercizi per l'accompagnamento. What is accompagnamento? Another mistake is to call always partimento, because partimento is a word, like Augusta told, used in South Italy, and is a word to indicate a basso continuo part at the beginning. So a partimento at the base for the mess with voices. In all Europe, normally it was esercizio per l'accompagnamento. What is accompagnamento? The accompagnamento are the parts above the bass. You have to invent or give or to write or to think, and so it is not. Many colleagues think accompaniment is to accompany a violin. No, it's the opposite. It's to accompany with the right the bass, and this. Also in a dictionary, I published an article about it, a dictionary from Vienna, from Brahms' Zeit, to accompany the piano with the singing. Vienna, 1892. So the bass is always, of course, the most important part, also if people prefer the melody, of course. And how are structured? 3 ripieni, Bologna style. So there are figures. Bologna, Petra can correct me because he's much more musicologist than me, but I think the Bologna style is a very simple bass with figures, a modulation, again the same bass, a modulation, again the same bass. So I find also the Bologna, I'm from Bologna, a little bit boring. But there are 3 of such pieces, but Ristori makes something more interesting. The first I've realized with organo pleno pedaliter in Saxon way, and is better for voice. So something not really Italian. Then we have 13 preludes, small preludes, and fughettas. Italians didn't call fughettas fughetta, but versets. That is the same. For us, versetti are short keyboard pieces. And here I see an influence from Saxony in some way, and I will show you. Then there are 12 beautiful, 8 of these prelude and fuguette are in the 8th church keys, tones. And so I think they are more comfortable at the organ. These are prelude and fugues. But from here we have something more organ-like a little bit, and second tone in the fashion of the time. The 8 church tones are really tonal, not modal, but and so this is organ music. So a part of the collection maybe was written not for the princesses of Saxony, because this collection was written for the princess of collection, Maria Amalia, her 5 younger sisters, Friedrich Christian, then king, and his wife, the very musically and artistically talented Maria Walpurgis. Padre Martini will dedicate his duet to Maria Walpurgis, that was student of Asse for the singing, also of Torpora. Of Ristori for the accompaniment, and of Breunig, the church musician, a Jesuit, for church music. And this is organ music. I will play some of these on the harpsichord. about the organ, there is Professor Peretti. There was a Catholic organ in the Catholic chapel. He was also teacher of the Kapelle Knaben of the Catholic chapel in Dresden. Was in Dresden-Neustadt. There is still the organ by Tobias Schramm, now in another church, in a Catholic Castle church in Saxony, and is a student of Zilberman, a little Zilberman organ with 12 stops in 8 foot, the manual, and two pedal stops. There is another piece with pedal. I will show you. And from this part, I think we have something happened after the coming back of Ristori from Naples. For 2 years, Ristori went to Naples and did 2 operas. We have still the score in San Pietro Maiella, very big Neapolitan opera. Here we have concertante partimenti, I have called in stile di concerto, where there is not only continuo bass, but also the concertino in higher clefs. And these are beautiful pieces, worth of the best Italian keyboard literature of the time. Then you will listen if my riempimenti are enough worth of him. But we have this part, and here the Vivaldi or Venetian influence is very strong. Then we can discuss if a concerto is from Venice or from Bologna, taken to Venice. But in any case, we have this, and is always an exercise for the changing of clefs, of course. But we have really pieces also very fashionable pieces. This is beautiful. I will finish with this. And then there is an organ piece with pedal, and this show clearly that the compression of the writing in one staff has nothing to do, because I started this with an octave higher with right hand and pedal. Then pedal, I play the bass. It's clearly an alternation pedal bass. No? And then there are riempimenti to put maybe in fugue, like a toccata. This is a toccata on the pedals, toccata sui pedali, with a beautiful Dresden fugue with diminished seventh down. And it's very similar to I find, to I don't know if I remember, there is a beautiful Prelude and Fugue for 2 flutes and strings by Wilhelm Friedrich Bach in Dresden. And this is a little bit the fugue similar. About Naples, you was a guest by a famous Kapellmeister. I think it was Porpora. And I think that I will publish it shortly. I told this morning that Johann Sebastian Bach was together Ristori and Porpora in the same room. Maybe it's too long to explain, but maybe after we do. And so Peter August is the copyist of this beautiful copy. Peter August was student only under Ristori. Was a Polish child found in the forest. There was Peter from Russia and August from Saxony. They found a small baby. They taken, and Peter August, the Tsar, and they gave him to Ristori. He wrote beautiful harpsichord sonatas and was the court copyist, beautiful copyist. But he copied 2 copies, beautiful Dresden copies, Bach sources of the Wohltemperierte Clavier. And so Bach living, because are before the Bach death. So, but we will. The clavichord is the first instrument for this, of course, and the clavichord connection between Ristori, Porpora, and Bach is about clavichord, and is something written in a French dictionary some years after Bach death. So I tell you, a very famous Kapellmeister from Italy went to Saxony and was shocked, and was guest from another Italian Kapellmeister that was since many years in Saxony. I think Ristori and Porpora. He arrived Porpora for the first time in Dresden around 31. And was shocked that everybody in Germany hate harpsichord, of course. Now Bach is a new fashion after Landowska to play Bach the harpsichord, but it's clavichord music, and I'm a clavicordist, not an harpsichordist, only for Couperin, Frescobaldi, of course. But and he was shocked that everybody in Germany played only a clavichord, and in Italy, in that time, clavichord was spinetta sordina, so the worst instrument because he was not able to sing with voice. And the other Italian Kapellmeister, story maybe, in my hypothesis, told him, wait a moment, and I take you by Sebastian Bach. Sebastian Bach, very gentle, very kind. Yeah. Sebastian Bach conducts the Collegium Musicum 2 Porpora Cantatas in 32. So this is my part. Bach starts a prelude. This is de l'abord, l'essai de la musique de l'abord. Bach document. Started to play, and the Italian famous Kapellmeister started to shock. And then Bach made a very free aria. I think Porpora started to cry, embraced Bach, and told, this is not the worst instrument, but the king of all instruments. This was a clavichord. But Grebner did clavichords for the princesses' rooms, private rooms. And we know that Ristori gave lessons in the private rooms as a clavichord by Grebner. This is one of the most beautiful keyboard pieces from Italy, worth of Scarlatti, also of Handel. Maybe I was better. And an exercise for the baritone, the less used clefs, baritone, French violin, and mezzo-soprano. I will play. Modulation patterns. And the last thing, the beautiful sonata per l'accompagnamento, only continuo, so Bologna tradition, in 3 movements. This is really a sonata for harpsichord. I have to record on Zilberman piano, Grebner harpsichord, clavichord, and Zilberman or Schramm original organ. All this collection, but I'm blocked because it's really difficult, this sonata, and I'm too lazy. And Saratelli, very short, and then I play Saratelli Partimenti. So Bologna tradition, its potential. The question. One potential for me is to compose in historical style. Why not compose in historical style? Peter is against me because he came from post-avant-garde tradition. Me not. Sorry, and I'm completely tonal and modal. The last is Shostakovich model for me, but the Prelude and Fugues. And so what happened? I wrote a sonata in 4 movement for the 2 organs of the Frari Basilica in Venice. Last month they played. And the best part, maybe you can listen in YouTube, are my part. So there is a big fugue after Bach model, a choral that was written because my father has problem of health, wrote a choral because I'm Lutheran, Wenn wir in höchsten Noten sein, for 2 Italian Venetian organs. And this was maybe the best moment, a jig, but the prelude came from a Saratelli Partimento. So you can see what is a Saratelli Partimento that I completely transformed in C minor from B minor, and without to have all the cello brise style. But there are some mistakes of my students, but they are violinists, and they played. So only the first tempo is very short, and this is a partimento in Bologna tradition. it follows a fugue, and only the subject. The subject is taken freely from the collection. Yesterday, Peter showed you of 517 subjects that in Danzig, maybe by Gronau. The subject is this. It's only the subject is taken. Then the structure is the Bach two harpsichord fugue. And okay, Kirchhoff, you know a little bit. Prelude and Fugues by Kirchhoff is another influence on Ristori, and then I play, promised. This is a little, I think the Kirchhoff pieces I use for my organ teaching always, but are not nice. Maybe so is a little bit better. Two manual and pedal, a trio, to study the octave compass of pedal board, every time different. Similar to Ristori in some way. Ristori is more Venetian concertato sometimes, but sometimes it's very Saxon. So maybe there is a Zachov tradition, Zachov, Handel, Kirchhoff, of these small prelude and fugues for the organists. The Pasquini tradition. Pasquini, Krieger, Zachov, Kirchhoff. Now pedaliter. Okay, there are many 4 hours of these things. I will play now my dispositions. They come from my lessons with many students, recorded after the lessons with video. and then worked a little bit in order to memorize. There is two style, Italian two-voice style, or trio style, with the botte delle consonanze, the feeling, like in many music for organ, with number or chords, or two parts and chords. Okay, I ask Matteo. I will play 11 partimenti, very short, and at 25 we finish. They give me the permission to be a little bit longer.
We actually have time for 1 or 2 questions at the end of this, and I will, I think, just hand the microphone over to answer so that we don't have to fight with the strange machine again. So we have 1 microphone for questions and 1 microphone for Matteo. So who would like to ask something or say something? Yes, Jason.
Thanks very much for this, let's say, deluge of information and music and notes and the wonderful realizations. I was wondering, you said at some point you were playing disposizioni that come from your lessons with various students. I was wondering, how did you come to these disposizioni exactly? Is it? Would you say that? Is it a work with the students? I'm looking for a little look into your lessons because I unfortunately didn't make one.
Hermano Wolf Ferrari, thank you for the question. Hermano Wolf Ferrari didn't want to teach anymore, but Hitler asked him to teach in Mozarteum, and they told, yes, why not? Because I have to teach myself every day, and so if I do with louder, is the same, and so loud, and so we use normally for continual lesson different kind of partimentos. I prefer don't use the Naples ones because are a little bit systematic. Maybe at the just beginning, the Durante things maybe, and then I don't like so much the second part of the century. I'm 17th century fan, and also 16th century, and so why not? We started with this collection. I'm interested in Dresden relations, shoots. And I saw this 20 years ago. Now it's online since many years, and we work on the partimento 2 hours, 3 hours. And at the end of the lesson, I put my telephone on the keyboard. They play, and I play also my version. Sometimes I record all the lesson if I have ideas, because then when I'm in train back, then Juve Tamming asked me to play this in San Colombano in Bologna, or a concert with duetti, and so I put on paper. Of course, you can realize everything much better. but why not? Peter yesterday told that there is partimento and contrapoint are together. There are different levels. Of course, the not correct level, I think, is to give chords. If not, Adolf Bernhard Marx speaks against continuo, and he's right. But of course, we have to know the implicit 4-part harmony in order to make Stil Brisé, gebrochener Stil, Geigenstil, violin. Also, I don't know. It's only one of the many. Today, with a student, we worked this Hamol, and they gave me completely other ideas, much better. There was a double contrapunct, maybe, also in the just written tutti. Why not? So these are really are fruit of the lessons, and I have to record. I don't record since 5 years in the contract, because if you record, you have to fix them, and so it's impossible to fix it some way. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for your tour de force. It was really amazing. I was just wondering, and hopefully it's not too personally geeky, about the modulations. What kind of approach is taken there?
By Ristori?
Yeah.
In Ristori? I think the modulations are to the normal circle of modulation of the Baroque age, so the 4th degree, 5th degree, the parallelen, tonic parallel, subdominant parallel. Everything very simple, very, very transparent, very Italian, very Venetian, very Vivaldi. No, I think I feel a lot of Vivaldi inside. Then I give a little bit of Handel, Bach, maybe. But the episodes, the solos, the soli, Italian, are completely a little bit Venetian, a little bit Napolitan. So there is still a misto in Dresden, so in Germany. So Italo-Teutonica Musa, I come back.
Thank you.
I think one more question if there's time. Or if there's an urgent question. Otherwise, once again, a big thank you to both of our speakers this afternoon. And yes, and a last round of applause. I believe there's now a short break before the final round table. So see you again very soon.
So, welcome to our last session. I think we're all very tired. We've had an incredibly fruitful 4 days. We've been really lucky to have the 4 giants here of Partimentos playing, people who've really sort of revolutionized the way of thinking about music, about approaching music of the 17th and 18th and 19th century, and we're really grateful that you all came. We started off as a state with a government, with a prime minister, a foreign minister, but I think we've become a family in these days, as Magdalena put it so nicely. So we would like to have some questions and some answers for you. One of the main things for us, of course, is where do we go from here, and how?
It was a song of the Chicago group in the 70s. Where do we go from here? Remember?
No, I don't.
It's Chicago.
Really? Oh, that's right, yeah.
Huh? That's right.
Well, as a performer of Partimento, I am not worthy. I am a scholar, and so I'm so pleased and honored to be among so many great performers. I mean, I've really heard some inspiring things this week. It's fun to watch performers and to think about the past, but I really would like to be able to do it myself. I will say that I think Partimento allows a place for a person of moderate or even minor abilities to still express themselves and to do something that's very musical. And I think, well, if I had to say anything a little bit critical about A Wonderful Place, it's that the students are trying to do very difficult things at an early stage. And again, this is personal taste. I think there's a room for Partimento as a virtuosic display, both of the mind and of fingers. But historically, I think they were more a stop on the path to further things. So you would go from that to counterpoint, and from that to writing, if you're a composer, mass movement, something like that. There's a lot of testosterone in the Partimento world, and one of my favorite players, who I've coached for 20 years or more, is Nicoletta Parashevescu, and she's not able to be here because she has a problem with her arm. But if people would indulge me, I would like to play.
We would like to finish with that.
Finish with
yes,
that? Okay, so just keep it in mind that Nicoletta will be a kind of angel over our heads here. And when we finish, we will hear her improvise a Partimento, well, she will realize a Partimento fugue by Paisiello on the pipe organ. And that's a little bit of what I've been missing, is the pipe organ. Were there some work with the pipe organ?
Yes.
There was, okay. Because it's always worth remembering that that was the employment for perhaps the most of the students from Naples who went through the Partimento world. They would be a church organist. Yeah. I'll pass on to someone.
Who's next?
You're next.
I'm next. Okay. Where do we go from here? Well, I think the Partimento is spreading. and I just got news that the Corso di Musica Antica in Urbino will host a Partimento class next year for the second time. First time was last year, and they asked me to teach again in July 2025. So there's a sign that people are really interested in Partimenti. But I totally agree with Bob. Keep things simple and adopt what Fenaroli called the multi-layer. He didn't call it. I called it that way, but he invoked a multi-layered approach. So first stage of realization is simple, and then when you're secured the first stage, you can try to do something more complicated. And something like that happened during my workshops here. You have very talented students, and as it's usual with young and talented people, they try to jump to the conclusions, but sometimes they miss something. And since I finished my paper with Bill Evans, I want to quote, to cite something that Bill Evans says during an interview. And he said, I often heard at young people, young pianists, while they try to improvise something really very complicated, and very often they get lost. And what I recommend is that you have to build on something solid. So keep in mind to have something solid and in your understanding of the contrapuntal motion, of the chordal framework of a Partimento before trying to do something where you can do it, but at a later stage. So this is my recommendation. John? Oh, yes.
Yes, where do we go from here? One thing that I experience in my own teaching is I'm working mostly with chamber musicians. So I'm working with flute players, with violinists, cello players, trombone players, guitar players, and percussion players, mostly those categories. And I feel that I'm happy that I can give a little input into their musicianship by making them create music. Because these categories of chamber musicians, it's the same with those who have ambitions to be sitting in an orchestra. They're only reproducing music. There is so much reproduction going on. While we know, if there is something that we have learned from the 1980s and 90s, the whole movement of historical performance practice, then it is this, that musicians were reproducing music and producing music, and that there is a fruitful combination possible or even needed in order to also for orchestral musicians. I spoke with a colleague in Oslo who said, "Can you teach me Partimento?" A very fine viola player in the Oslo string quartet. He wanted to have lessons in Partimento. He said, "This is exactly what the violin players in the Oslo Philharmonic need." You know why? Because they lose their curiosity if they don't create music. And that was his vision. So for him, as a head of department for the chamber music program, he wanted to have improvisation as part of the program in order to get musicians who can keep running until they are 65 or 70 and not lose their, and not looking at the watch, how long does it take before we end this rehearsal? Huh? The curiosity. That's so what I would wish for is that we could spread the knowledge of Partimento and the skills of Partimento among larger groups of people in order to make the musical life of people more healthy. That's...
Well, I think that's what we try to do in this conference, also getting in the upper part players and the violoncellos, and so that's, we have to do a lot of missionary work still, I think. John?
It seems to me that the field is very open, as opposed to a field that feels exhausted. I'll get in trouble for saying this, but Schenkerian analysis, what's left to do, for example. And here, everything's very open, so as we learned, there were Partimentisti in Brazil, and there were Partimentisti in America nobody even knew about. So there's all this stuff to study historically. There's all this stuff pedagogically that remains to be done. Like Deborah is working on pre-Partimento stuff for kids. Well, if my piano lessons could have been creative and fun, I might not have pretended to lose my books when I actually threw them away. I was a very bad piano student. I would just pretend I forgot to go to my lesson, and I would go to the playground instead, because repeating those stupid songs from the score was just so awful. So something that will bring pedagogical life, I think, is wide open for materials. For performers, I've tried to demonstrate some of the possibilities of that, but again, I have not explored everything, and there's plenty of room for some younger, more talented, more hungry person to come along and eat my lunch, which is what I fully expect and anticipate, having heard many of the younger improvisers. So I think it's very open. Another thing that's happening is it is beginning a healing process of the fragmentation of higher education, where performers and theorists and musicologists all live in their own separate schloss, and whatever relationship they have with one another is one of enmity. And I am very surprised that I am up here with three of these characters, who, honestly, when I was a student, we were not encouraged even to know the names of the musicologists and the theorists. All we did was perform all the time. And yet I'm having a blast with these gentlemen, and I found out I've learned a lot from them. So there's the cross-pollination and the cooperation that can take place in higher ed. We could say much more, but I'll leave it at that for brevity.
Okay, are there any questions that you would love to ask these people before they leave?
I'm quite greedy and I have two questions. Am I allowed two questions? One question was just inspired actually by the answers to these questions. And I'm going to say, what about the singers? I mean, obviously we know that singers of the time were learning instruments and playing Partimento and all the rest of this. But how does this translate to modern singers of historical repertoire? And I say this as a singer, so interested.
They should learn to play Partimenti. No, I mean, some very great singers like Anna Moffo was a quite good pianist, and she used to accompany herself on Italian television, I believe.
And Callas and Tebaldi too. Tebaldi, she was graduated in piano.
And I think historically, the great 18th century prima donne they knew quite a lot.
Yes.
Yes.
Sure.
So I guess the question to think about the future is, how do we convince some categories of modern voice students of this? I'm not going to put everyone in the category because many are already quite active there, but it seems to me, as somebody having worked with young singers, that there's a certain resistance to be overcome in some quarters for polyphony. But the other question is now going to come from the 15th century, if I can add that. Konrad Paumann's name came up a few times. And then, of course, one thinks then early 16th century with Hans Buchner coming in between. And I'm sort of wondering about the possibility for further exploration of the threads that connect all of these things.
You mean opera singers or pop music singers? I'm sorry, you mean opera singers, opera singers or pop music singers?
More in the opera direction, but classically trained singers, not pop singers.
I would say that we tend to have these modern categories of types of students and so on. But we have to remember that singers were players and players were singers. And if there's something we can learn from the past, then it is this, that composers and musicians were the same people. And singers and players were the same people. Of course, they may have specialized and become a professional singer later on, but the good thing of these partimento studies and solfeggio studies is that it is connected. So if we can integrate the singing into the partimento playing, I think we are on the right track. Because they did a few years of solfeggio before they started to play partimenti.
There's a funny thing I wanted to tell you, that maybe you don't know that in Italy there's a festival of popular song called Festival di Sanremo. And one of the arrangers, probably the most famous arranger of this festival, called Pepe Vesicchio, came to my house and he asked me to teach him partimenti. This is incredible. So he was interested in this.
I think one of the reasons schools, my old school, every school brings in outsiders, is to say provocative things. And then everybody can go home and say, stupido, you know. Or you can think, possibly, okay. So here's a little bit of history. Okay. Before German universities in the mid-19th century, and really, in some respects, to the present day, in almost every country in the world, musicians are culturally important. Working professional musicians are culturally important and socially in the lower categories. Okay? It's certainly true in the 18th century and the 19th century. University people in the new German universities of the 19th century did not accept artisans as students. As the English would say, we can't have someone in trade at the university. All right? I mean, this is very true. This is European society. American society was the same. So artisans were trained at technical schools, conservatory. Okay. So when the aristocrats entered the university and wanted to take a course in music, what could you do with them? This was the problem of E.F. Richter, Hugo Riemann, many other well-known names. And the answer is you create a pretend world of harmonic functions and Roman numerals. It's like a board game. You move the pieces around on the board. You have a 1 in 7 chance of being right. Or in Germany, you have a 1 in 3 chance of being right with the functions. And you can win this game. Right? You don't have to know anything about music. I just say this because I was great at this game. I was a master at this game. But I knew nothing about music. So my question for the 21st century is, can we admit that artisans need artisanal training? And that there are academic sides to it. There's the music cognition, music sociology, whatever. But my practical suggestion, especially for Alte Musik, and I've told this to the people at Juilliard in the historical performance group, don't take the harmony classes. It's of no use to you. Do partimenti. Take those 2 years of pointless putting Roman numerals underscores, and actually learn music. This is the age of artificial intelligence. Have you ever heard of the Turing test, named after Alan Turing? It's how do you answer the question, are you not a robot? Okay, are you a human that I'm talking to? So you're on one side of a screen, and how do you answer that question? Well, it's through questions. You ask, did you like somebody? Do you like Beyonce? And the computer may not have an answer, but a person might have an answer. All right. Well, what's the Turing test for harmony? Think about that. A machine might say 4, 6, 5. Okay. But what if the question is appartamento? How does the machine respond? It realizes the appartamento. Okay? And in a sense, that's what everybody at the Paris Conservatory did. They were given the Turing test of harmony in the form of a basse donnée or a chant donnée. And all the Naples students, they proved that they knew harmony by speaking harmony. Okay? The teacher speaks part of the whole, and the student completes it. So this is my radical proposal. And I will leave tomorrow on an airplane, so I'll be safe. But, but anyway, thank you.
I don't think you have any enemies here. It's the people who decide what kind of courses have to be done.
But I went to the Shanghai Conservatory, and they were very receptive to the idea of partimenti. So if Shanghai can do it. Thank you.
Thank you all. This has been a very inspiring week. Something that I come up against constantly when teaching and everything is that Roman numerals are, in a sense, a lingua franca, and they're expected by a department to be taught. And so when I teach, out of a 13-week course, I save it for week 10. And I kind of feel like just put it on at the end of everything you do, because to me, that's all it's good for. It's not good for much. How do you navigate, or how do you recommend navigating through a world that expects this to be a lingua franca? That it is a widespread sort of language that people communicate with, and as much as I don't want to teach it and I don't think it's worth much, it is at the same time sort of a language of how people communicate in music, especially outside of like the classical arena as well. And so it has a large ubiquity, and there's a part of me that feels like, well, because I don't think it's worth much and I don't think it's going to offer much, I would still be depriving a student something if I don't, in some ways get them fluent in those ideas. So any advice you have would be helpful.
Right. I mean, at this point, if you're in the profession, you can't afford not to know this system. A time may come when that changes. I have no idea. But right now, it's like there may be a better way for traffic to move around Vienna, but today you better follow the laws because the Polizei will have something to say about it. But for undergraduates, like in your school, you've told me about your students, in liberal arts schools where they're going to be maybe school instructors or private teachers or church musicians, honestly, they're never going to use this again. They're never going to do a harmonic analysis again as long as they live. And I am deeply troubled, actually, at the amount of class time we spend on that category of students, getting them to do this stuff. And it makes no observable difference in their musicianship. I cannot see that it did anything to them. It didn't make them better. It made them tired. And they're never going to use it again. So to me, that's 2 years that we could reclaim. The problem is, I said all this provocative stuff, same as Bob. You walk in as a guest, you can just say anything and then run. It's great. So I was at McGill in a doctoral colloquium, and all the theory faculty were there, and I said some of these things. And there was almost a sense of desperation and plaintiveness in the answers I got, which were, we're under so much pressure to deliver this and non-Western music and some pop music and this big survey, and oh, by the way, they want to cut it down to 3 semesters, and you start to see the pressure they're under. And maybe a school in America, there's a thing called NASM, National Association of Schools of Music, that has accreditation standards that require a lot of this stuff. So whatever happens is going to be very slow. Here's where I see more signs of hope. It's in people who are not in institutions, who find Parlamento and related disciplines, and they suddenly are able to make music in ways they never could before. I cannot tell you the number of times I've gotten an email that says, where was this when I was in school? I am finally thinking in music and making music, and before I was just reciting it, not knowing. So I hear this from amateurs. I know a guy who's retired and has spent 4 years learning to play rule of the octave in all 24 keys. He just finished and emailed me how proud he was that he can speak music in 24 keys, finally, in his 70s. So there, I think you're going to see quicker results. Academia is going to be in last place, like always.
I can agree that maybe Roman numeral analysis can be useful for something, but I mean, it doesn't take 2 years to learn Roman numeral analysis, just 2 weeks. So what's the point in wasting so much time on it?
Fetti said this in the 19th century, that he could teach, in the 19th century, the Belgian Fetti, F-E-T-I-S, said that he could teach everything in the world of harmony in a few weeks, but that the Partimento training would take a year or two. And he published Partimenti, and they were taught at the Paris Conservatory right through into the 20th century. So I would argue that if we are serious about pedagogy, then we have to think about means and ends. In other words, what is the goal? What is the practice in the professional world or the world of teaching that requires a certain knowledge as we go along? This is an easy question in mathematics. It's not an easy question in music. But for example, Northwestern University's studio performing teachers are often members of the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. And the academic people, we meet them and we talk to them. In 22 years, I never heard a member of the Chicago Symphony Orchestra refer to a Roman numeral or the name of a Roman numeral chord. I've never heard it. It's not part of their world. And so if you don't need it to be a member of the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, I mean, who do you need it for? As I said, I think it's best to think about it as a social distinction. This was a system set up for people who would never be professional musicians and who would lose their status in society if they were. I mean, this is one reason so many women were excluded from the stage, not by others, but by themselves, because to perform on stage in front of men for money, that was a courtesan. All right?
Just one thing I want to add to this very pressured situation. I recognize that completely. Too little time for courses. The groups are too big. We have to do so many things. Here we have the arguments why we should not waste our time on things that are not benefiting us. Yeah? We should cut down the stuff that we are doing and that are not really effective. So I think I would counter this exactly with those arguments. Huh?
We were talking about women just before, and as you can see, well, I'm here, yes. And in the audience, there are quite a few women, but there were no presenters, or very few presenters. Okay, Nicoletta Parascivescu was ill, and we had Karen Nelson, but that's Giovanna and Deborah. No. And what can we do to get more people on stage here.
We welcome them. Yes, welcome them.
Some ideas.
Well, my example again would be that you replace the basic harmony class with the basic partimento class. Everyone does it. It's how you make music, and then everybody would be included.
Any other questions? Jason.
It's a bit of a thought, and hopefully it can turn into a question about the future of Partimento and how we go about it in education. Although pedagogy wasn't the stated goal of the conference, in the end, we all talked about it, I think, and everyone talked about it, because Partimento is a pedagogical tool, after all, in great part. We had somebody talk briefly, but very, very beautifully, I think, about adapting the Partimento to people who have very little skill at the keyboard, to young children. And what I think we didn't talk about quite enough is a problem that we have in our teaching. I have very much in my teaching. I think it's the biggest problem, is the biggest obstacle is teaching people who are very skilled at the keyboard and making them play things that are very easy for them, which are boring for them, or they can just go through in a moment and then forget. And then my strategy is to try and make things more difficult by having them sing voices. Sometimes, if I'm feeling particularly sadistic, singing the intervals to the bass, a trick from Basel that I brought here. But I think one valid strategy is to try to make these basics difficult enough that the students have to really take the time to engage with them. But I was wondering whether there are other strategies, or what everybody does in this respect.
Well, I don't think that you need to be a virtuoso to play Partimenti. And I remember once when I was first time in the class of Northwestern, and you invited me, Bob, and I gave a very simple class on Partimento Fenaroli, and I remember that a girl, a Russian pianist, came, and I think that the day before she performed some of the big piano concerto, Rach 3 or Prokofiev 3, and I asked her to play the first Partimento Fenaroli, and her hands were shaking. So it's not a matter of virtuosity. It's a matter of a completely different approach to making music, and you don't need to be an extremely, or even very accomplished performer to overcome the difficulties in playing Partimento, because it's totally different approach. This is my experience, at least. I don't know if anyone else has the same.
If I may, my problem, or my greatest difficulty, is when actually being more skilled at the keyboard makes it more difficult to stay with the basics. And that's what I think we, at this level, meeting people who are 18, 20 or older, have to go back to the basics. Sometimes it's difficult to keep their focus and their attention there. That's, of course, you don't need to be virtuoso. I agree. But what do you do if the person is a virtuoso and therefore can't focus?
This is the other side of the coin, the other flip side of the coin. I noticed that some of the students here, they try to make very complicated thing, but very often they miss the point of a specific Partimento. And so I have to say, keep it simple, try to reason about what is really important here, and do not try to make, noise.
I will do an experiment in this area, teaching at Curtis in January. as you're probably aware, just to get into that school, you already have to have a career going on. And I've met those students, and they're even hesitant to ask a question because it shows weakness. So to get them to do simple things, I thought the best way would be to trick them. So our first course is cadenza improvisation, because they can see that as part of their profession immediately. If you could improvise the cadenza, because most of them have orchestra dates on the calendar already. So it's not a partimento class, but you have to have a harmonic language if you do a cadenza. You can't just go up and down the scale. That's stupid. So what's the first thing they're going to learn? Guess what? Rule of the octave. But I'm not going to tell them it's something children learned in the Neapolitan. I'm going to tell them it's an advanced secret that only 7 people in the planet know about, and they're being inducted into this special thing. And even today, I was given a student this morning, of someone of extraordinary talent. And the first thing, I said, well, what do you want to do? And the student said, let's just play a duet. And I thought, this is something this student is very comfortable with. Even the student with great talent and a reputation wanted some reassurance and wanted to start with something comfortable and familiar. And I said, yeah, let's play a duet. That'll be really fun. And so even those students, they're often driven by fear about their reputation. And they just want that acceptance and that reassurance that we love you, you're wonderful, you're like a puppy, everyone just wants to pat you on the head. And we'll give you that, and then we'll get to work after some reassurance.
Thank you very much. I agree with everybody of you, and I think that it will be necessary to restart a new didactic with only basso continuo tradition. But I very often have a problem as harpsichord and organ teacher when to start it, because this is an historical problem. So George Stauffer, in a famous article about the Bach didactic system, is very clear that Bach started the continuo a 4, German way, of course, but this is a problem. After the Vol Temperetes Clavier. After the Vol Temperetes Clavier, he started with pedal board and general bass. We have the Time sketches, very important, Heinrich and Bach. So Karl Czerny, here in Vienna, a genius of composition, tell in the famous rules for the young pianist to start as soon as possible continuo a 4, I think. But we, as harpsichordists, as organists, have a problem, a finger ability problem, because to play on a clavichord, on a piano, with a hand 3 parts with a good touch is not so easy for. So Nepo started as soon as possible. We know it, but maybe the best student, and they maybe use the finger exercise on the partimento. 4 notes, 2 notes, little scales. And I think that there are many different levels, as I told. We have to start, everybody, the flutist, the violinist has to play partimento. And in an Italian way, so 2 parts, very, very free. But also important for us, musician, keyboard musician, to play a 4, because we have to make Bach, Handel, the Lutheran chorals, and so this is important repertoire. So there is maybe one part of partimento teaching for everybody. I don't know when to start it, but one part that is, and in these days I had excellent students, really excellent students here. And they, of course, arrived with the most difficult pieces, Sara, and also Matteo is not anymore, today a history, but they are keyboard virtuosos. Maybe they are not completely clear in the very simple, as Giorgio has correctly told, the very simple things, 7/6, how to solve, how to break, but I think that there is a partimento for flutists, for violinists, and then something for professional, early keyboard musicians. And something is so for the hand. if you don't play tremoli, acciaccature, you cannot play real partimento, because these are things to improvise in Naples, in Germany, in France. We have no partimento in the Baroque. But thank you.
Well, yes, of course there are several levels of playing partimento, but I don't think that the idea of playing en quatre in 4 obligate part is a good starting point, because at a certain point you'll find yourself forced to double a note. And when you double a note on a keyboard instrument, it doesn't make sense. No, because you cannot hear a double note. And so I suggest a more practical approach. Basically, when you have to play chords, and you know that often in partimento you can, as we did this morning in my workshop, we played the 2-voice invention, actually 2 voice inventions. So you can play partimento in 2 voices. If you want to play chords, just play 3 voices, and maybe in cadences 4. But the idea that you have to play 4 voice always, I think it is misleading. We are missing the point if we want to play 4 voices always. I know that Bach had this kind of obsession with playing always in 4 voices, but Handel didn't, and the Neapolitans didn't. So probably was his idea coming from the Lutheran chorale in 4 voices, but we are Catholic, so we don't need to be.
Yes, Giorgio, but in any case, to play 2 voices and with fast diminutions is a technical problem, not so easy to solve, because 2-part inventions are virtuoso pieces, I find, as a clavichord player. But
I think at the university we have the challenge is that we actually, the students play a lot of partimentos, and the most defined partimentos that we know, because it's the canon of all the composers, be it Bach, be it Beethoven, Mozart. Actually the work I would regard as well as partimentos, but at a very, very, very high level. And probably that makes it also somehow you feel like, being a little bit enchained or being just overwhelmed by the quality of those masterpieces that we used to read or somehow to realize. And so it's quite a step to go back to find to get back and take this language from the very beginning. I think that's a problem at the university, but I think it's 80% is in the hands of the pupils, because actually all the chords and the technical abilities, many skills are there. It's just a missing link between the masterpieces and then discovering one's own language. And so I think it's just, we all have to push the students to make those first steps to sort of start partimento playing and realize that also the masterpieces are partimentos. And then I think if you get the connection, then it's really very fruitful, and then you realize that you start to speak your own language, and you can also speak then Beethoven, you speak Bach, but you speak many other composers, and at the end you speak yourself. And we just have to seduce all the students to get infected by this.
Oh, I was just going to say, there's many ways to teach, especially if you can start with young students. It may not matter what way you teach, because eventually they will develop. You can go in this direction or that direction, but if you're a good teacher and you're fortunate to have a good student, it will happen. So like in North America, there's movable do, there's fixed do. We can't tell any difference between them because our students are so bad. No, but seriously, when you start solfeggio, it's at 18. The game is lost. But I want to talk about just very briefly about a class that I enjoyed as a teacher, teaching very much. And in the the modern American university music department, we typically have something called a piano lab or a keyboard lab. It's a room full of small Clavinova or Yamaha small keyboards, and they're connected with wires to the earphones of the teacher, and it's a kind of torture chamber, I think. But I thought, let's try something different. So I had a class, and I was senior enough that I was free to do what I wanted. So we turned off all the special technology so that if anybody played, everybody heard. It was just no earphones, just loud in place. And we decided not to talk, not to have any concepts. I wouldn't say what I was doing, and they didn't have to say what they were doing. But we could smile or we could frown. Okay. So I would play da-dee-da-dum. And then, just to give them the idea, I would go da-dee-da-dum, like that. And then I would go da-dee-da-dum, and then I would point to you, and you had to go da-da-da-dum, okay? So then we would do something that had two different parts. Simple 3-4 note patterns. And I would play my part, and you would have to play, I'd do it twice, and you'd have to play the second time with me, okay? And then when it got very interesting, then we made it possible so that you do your part correctly, and now you give a part and point at somebody else. And very quickly you saw that the students were communicating among themselves musically. I mean, now I had to push a little bit and to get it to go in the direction that I wanted. But I think we underestimate how much this oral training can be effective. You know, that's a special room. It would work in private lessons. But for example, there was a young man in this class. He didn't do anything heroic in the class, but he was good all along. He was a solid person. I could do something a little bit and he'd get it and he'd respond. And so in a way we talked at a medium level. He practiced a little bit over the summer, and then he enrolled in the continuo course at the Conservatory of Amsterdam. And apparently he did quite well. But that's after, this way. Oh. That was after 9 weeks. So I think, you know, be brave someday and try teach without talking much. Okay.
So, as you just talked about the keyboard class where you taught many people at once, is there more potential maybe in ensemble teaching or even ensemble playing in Partimento? Because also this week we all practice on our own and did it on our own.
I think the mistake that people do if they have an ensemble of keyboards or instruments. This also works if everybody just plays their own instrument, okay? But the mistake is to do something and then to ask everybody else to play it all at the same time. Because then the weak student hides, you don't know, you can't tell what's going on. I think that a class like that should bounce from student to student so that they never know when they're in the spotlight. They have to pay attention the whole hour.
I just want to remind of Charles Burney. When he describes the Onofrio Conservatory, he describes a room with many keyboards on the top floor. I think this is a little solution. I think the Partimento was not done in rooms with one keyboard, but with several. And the teacher would play, and the students would imitate. And then the teacher would make a variation, and then the students would imitate the variation. And maybe they would like you said, maybe they would point at each other. Now it's your turn. Now it's your turn. Huh? I imagine that this whole imitative approach, the variation counterpoint, you see it in the counterpoint notebooks. That's what they do. Yeah, so.
Well, that's, I think, a nice way to finish. So we all know what we have to do now. The next, yes, no, don't worry. Yeah, no, I'm not forgetting before. No. I just wanted to say we have a table reserved in half an hour, I think it is, at the Kellergewölbe, just across the road. So if anybody wants to come, we have about 20. I think we reserved for 20 people, so whoever wants to come is invited. And then I would like to finish first with thanking you and thanking all the other tutors and people who contributed in the conference. And we would like to hear Nicoletta play this last piece. And then I would like to ask you, Martin, if we could have all the people who contributed with lectures and workshops come to the stage that we can make a little photograph.
So this manuscript enables, but it's a manuscript of a Appartamento Fugue that was, I believe, written for Russia. Well, what can I say? This is Nicoletta. When I first met her, she was just beginning Partimenti. This is maybe 15, 20 years ago. But she was an accomplished harpsichord and organist. She has several CDs and things like that. Okay. We'll try and make this work.
Thank you.
Those little squares are supposed to point out important things, but we're going to skip over that. Let me just say that the reason to do all of this stuff is because we love it. We just love it. When I hear this, my heart just sings. So go, Nicoletta. Go the rest of you.
Just one last word, just to thank the team from the organization of this symposium. It was really a great pleasure. It was fantastic to have you all here at the department, at the university, at the MDV, and thank you all, especially Magdalena and Augusta, and it was a long list, but now I think, as you suggested, Augusta, maybe all the people from the symposium could come to the stage to make a nice photograph. Thank you all.